it up to the stage? At least 500,000. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit share. I hope y'all know what's happening in the State House in Texas. SB1, HB3, to take away your vote. If it didn't matter, why are they trying to? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hi. Saying Black Lives Matter. All lives are out here, if you can see. This is just not black people. All lives are saying Black Lives Matter.
YouTube must not be sending out my notifications. There's always going to be somebody over there with some music, doesn't there? I don't know. That's really loud and this dude's right next to it. There's always going to be those people, dude. They just can't fucking leave their house without their boombox, apparently. Did they go everywhere with that fucking thing?
And stop the fraud.
Dude, they'll get me on less than that. I can't play that. I'm not playing that. Fuck you, YouTube. YouTube, fuck you! Fucking... Dude, they're definitely doing something with my channel this morning, man. Hey, Jakey. Offline, bro. He's literally holding the speaker. What? Oh shit, that person went offline. Your time to go offline. Dude, he's literally holding the speaker. Oh no, they're blaring it out of these fucking things. No wonder. These. I can't do shit about it. Sometimes I wish people weren't so fucking simple-minded that they always had to listen to some music just to fucking move their feet one after another. Look, we're listening to the compressed briefing while this dumb shit's happening. Hold on.
They're doing what they believe they need to do to keep people are going to complete this mission by the end of the month.
I'm rewinding this.
Nothing has changed about the timeline for us, and we will do this in as safe.
It's not even on for 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'll get right into our operational update for
Better
today.
than listening to whatever the hell they got going on right now.
U.S. military and over the Horizon counterterrorism operation against an ISIS-K planner and facilitator. The airstrike occurred in the Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. I can confirm, as more information has come in, that 2 high-profile ISIS targets were killed and 1 was wounded. And we know of 0 civilian casualties. Without specifying any future plans, I will say that we will continue to have the ability to defend ourselves and to leverage over-the-horizon capability to conduct counter-terrorism operations as needed. We continue to evacuate American citizens and vulnerable Afghans out of Kabul. In fact, there are approximately 1,400 individuals at the Kabul airport who have been screened and manifested for flights today. As I said yesterday, we have the ability to include evacuees on military airlift out of Afghanistan until the very end. This is a massive military, diplomatic, security, and humanitarian undertaking for the United States and our allies. And so I'll give you a specific update of the last 24. Yesterday, 32 U.S. military aircraft, 27 C-17s, and 5 C-130s departed with approximately 4,000 personnel. Combined with 34 coalition aircraft departures, an additional 2,800 personnel left Kabul for various intermediate staging bases. 66 flights left out of Kabul yesterday in that 24-hour period with 6,800 evacuees. Today I can report an updated total evacuation that is more than 117,000, the vast majority of which are Afghans. Of this total number, approximately 5,400 are American citizens. This is an incredible number of people who are now safer thanks to the heroism of the young men and women who are putting their lives on the line each day to evacuate American and vulnerable Afghans out of Kabul. Threats to our forces and to this operation remain real and significant. I'm sure you can appreciate that. And now as the military mission begins to end in Kabul, thousands of service members are working across the globe and within the United States to complete this incredibly important mission. Out of the EUCOM AOR, 6 flights will transport about 2,000 Afghans to the United States. Since August 20th, the EUCOM AOR has received nearly 30,000 vulnerable Afghans and evacuees. A good example of how we're building out capacity as we execute this incredibly important mission, a flight from Italy will fly to Philadelphia International Airport, the second U.S. onward location to receive flights. As NORTHCOM Commander General Van Herk said in his brief yesterday, our total capacity
Why the fuck are they
across
bringing these
multiple
people to LA?
U.S. installations is approximately 21,000 and growing. We're steadily working to increase the capacity to 50,000 by September 15th.
Take them to the middle of nowhere where there's plenty of land.
Right now, we are
You know what I
hosting
mean?
approximately 8,000 Afghan applicants at Fort McCoy, Fort Bliss, Fort Lee, and Joint Base McGuire-Dix
Ohio,
Lakehurst.
Idaho,
A dedicated
Iowa,
team
you know,
of
the
military,
states no one
civilian,
lives
and
in,
contract
Nebraska.
personnel are working closely with numerous agencies, both government and non-government, to ensure further requirements and additional capabilities are available. We will keep you updated on this effort. Southcom continues to conduct humanitarian relief operations in Haiti, and Northcom, while simultaneously executing evacuation flights, is postured to support FEMA as a lead federal agency in preparing for Tropical Storm
They
Ida.
could have even taken them to
Lastly, I want to share that the Department of Defense will shortly
Puerto
announce the
Rico,
names of the 13
Guam.
service members who were killed in service to their country. We grieve with the Gold Star families, friends, and loved ones of our fallen.
have them. That's our land. Let them
They will
have
be
them.
remembered and revered among Americans who have served in Afghanistan in Operations Freedom Sentinel and Enduring Freedom.
I mean, what the fuck's the point in having Guam and Puerto Rico if we can't give them the
I don't have anything to add,
Afghanis,
so
you
we'll
know?
go right to questions, Bob.
Thank you, John. A couple questions on the strike last night in Afghanistan. General Taylor just said that 2 high-profile targets were killed and 1 wounded. Initial announcements, I think, said 1.
Yep.
This was all the same strike? Was it a single strike?
Hey,
Can
free
you
DC.
explain any more about whether these?
But let me tell you something. I love weed, okay? I love
shit.
it.
Kabul airport.
So
bad.
it was,
I didn't mean to
without
press
getting
you.
into too much tactical detail in terms of
But not as
munitions
much as
used,
I love
I would
pussy.
tell you it was a single mission, and to get these targets, and as the assessments and information flowed over time, we were able to recognize that another was killed as well, and 1 wounded. So I mean, battle damage assessment, as you know, sometimes takes time. Information comes in.
Bro,
We have it
proud
declared.
soul. That's the
Want to be-
fucking reason I banned your ass before, dumbass. Stop being an idiot.
Planner, facilitator, description, does that mean they were involved directly in the Kabul airport attack?
They were ISIS-K planners and facilitators, and that's enough reason they're alone. I won't speak to the details of these individuals or what their
Dude,
specific
just
roles might be.
Don't
But
wish
as the
people would
general
die,
said,
man. It's pretty
have
simple.
the ability and the means to carry out over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities, and we're gonna defend ourselves. And
I'd
I
like
think
to
I
ask-
just leave it at that.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you another question about the airport situation at the moment.
Yeah.
Is it true that only U.S. passport holders are being allowed onto the airport now through the gates?
Any U.S. passport holder that wants to get in can get in, and we are still, if I'm wrong here, I don't think I'm wrong. Well, we are still processing and getting on planes SIV applicants as well as vulnerable Afghans.
So they're being allowed onto the airport?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that's changed. Idris?
Hey, John, so can you give us the names of the 2 individuals killed in this strike?
No, we're not going to release the names.
Because you don't
We're just
know.
not going to release the names.
Just fuck
If
you.
I can just go
You
back
didn't
to
kill
Thursday's
anybody.
Suicide bombing. There appear to be images and reports from the ground that some of the Afghan civilians killed may have been shot by the.
They just want to give their
At the
name.
At this point in time,
Bullshit. They always want to name drop.
Any evidence that
We got him. We got the third in charge, Mr. Shawi Makambawi.
We don't.
There he is.
can't
Look, we
confirm
got
that,
him.
And we certainly are not in a position to deny it either. We are investigating this, and as we get more information that we can reliably communicate to you about this incident, we will. Yeah.
Are we so proud of it?
Another dire warning saying don't approach the gates. Did this airstrike have anything to do with that potential for future attack? Can you talk about what capabilities ISIS might have lost in this drone strike?
Well, a couple of things. I'll let the State Department speak for the advisory they sent out. That is not uncommon for them to do that, particularly in a country like Afghanistan, and they're constantly watching the threat environment, as are we, and they're doing a prudent, responsible thing to inform Americans there in Kabul about what's best for their own safety. But again, I think I'll let the State Department speak to the rationale there. Obviously, again, they're doing what they believe they need to do to keep people safe. I am not going to talk about specific capabilities ISIS may have lost in this strike. They lost a plane, and they lost a facilitator, and they've got one wounded. And the fact that 2 of these individuals are no longer walking on the face of the earth, that's a good thing. It's a good thing for the people of Afghanistan. It's a good thing for our troops and our forces at that airfield. And I think I'm just going to leave it there.
And to
no,
follow up,
we
can
needed
you discuss the level of
video
threat right now at
of
the
this
airport? We've seen
explosion.
a number of the allies bring their evacuation operations to a close early. Will the U.S. still stay there through the 31st?
We are going to complete this mission by the end of the month. We've said that. Nothing has changed about the timeline for us. And we will do this in as safe and an orderly way as possible.
We're going to war, boys.
And that includes being able to continue to evacuate right up until the end.
But what about the threats at the airport? Can you describe what, are they still?
Threats are still very real. They're very dynamic. And we are monitoring them literally in real time. And as I said yesterday, we're taking all the means necessary to make sure we remain focused on that threat stream and doing what we can for force protection.
A couple of questions. First for you, John. Have U.S. troops begun retrograde withdrawal from the airport?
We have begun retrograding.
Can you say anything about the number who have left?
No, I cannot.
And then, General Taylor, for you, please. The numbers of military aircraft who have left are relatively consistent with where they've been for several days, but the number of passengers on them is down from where it was. Does that mean that the U.S. is now starting to move some equipment, military equipment on those, or are there planes that are going out just not full?
As we said, our mission to continue evacuating those as required and to meet the mission requirement by August 31st is what the commanders are executing.
So does that mean that you're starting to take some equipment out on these aircraft, or does it, or do you not have enough passengers?
Yeah, there is equipment leaving on those flights.
Just noticed
that was
he's only a 2-star general.
Since have there been any attacks? General McKenzie talked about how the Taliban had thwarted some attacks before Thursday's attack. Have there been any other cases that you're aware of that the Taliban have actually stopped attackers from getting in towards the airport?
I don't have specific reports.
Of course they
that,
haven't.
Other than, as you can see, as we just
That's
talked,
a good question, though.
Security of the base is the most important thing.
They found nobody with anything.
To continue our mission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They found no small arms, no bombs, nothing.
You said the threat at the airport remains active and dynamic. Is it fair to say that whether or not those people killed last night deserve to be on the face of the earth or not, that the threat at the airport remains unchanged?
I wouldn't say that it remains unchanged. I didn't say that. I said it remains active and dynamic, and it does.
Is it as serious as it was yesterday?
It is a serious threat.
And it's more serious.
What
do you mean?
Any potential terrorist threat can be anything other than serious, or that we shouldn't take it seriously.
It gets worse
serious.
the longer we're there.
Denied Taliban claim that they had assumed responsibility for security at some parts of the airport. Is that still the case, that Taliban do not provide security at the airport itself?
That is still the case.
And is that going to remain the case until the end, or at some point do they have to
Questions.
move into the airport to keep the crowds at bay while those last planes take off?
I'm not going to talk about the specifics as we get closer to the end.
Wasting our time,
let me just say
asshole.
this as clearly as I can, we will
Like he fucking
maintain
knows.
the ability to defend ourselves and our operations all the way through. Yeah. Lucas.
John, did the Taliban in any way provide any intelligence or any support with this drone strike that killed those 2 ISIS terrorists?
I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters one way or the other.
Rule it out.
I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters one way or the other.
Taliban supporting this drone strike in any way?
We had useful intelligence on our own to conduct this strike.
Do you consider the Taliban and the Haqqani network separate entities?
Lucas, I'm not going to give you a breakdown here, a characterization
Hey,
of the Taliban or Haqqani. Now, Lucas, you got to remember what we're focused on here, and that's on getting more people out and getting our troops out, completing this mission. And I'm not sure what benefit it does for me to try to characterize one group or another. We know that the
people that the deputy leader of the Taliban is Surgeon Haqqani, who has a $10 million bounty on his head. People should know.
there is a certain matter of commingling here. I mean, there's a marbling, if you will, of Taliban and Haqqani. What I'm pushing back a little bit on you, Lucas, is the relevance of that discussion to what we're trying to do today, which is complete an evacuation safely and to get our troops and our forces at the airport out safely. That's what we're focused on.
One more question. Every major newspaper and television news outlet has said that the U.S. military brass recommended to the president to leave 2,500 troops in Afghanistan, not pull out. Have you asked any of those outlets for a correction?
I'm sorry, say that one again.
Every major newspaper and television news
I haven't
outlet
seen
has
that.
reported that top Pentagon brass, from the Defense Secretary to the head of U.S. forces in the Middle East and Afghanistan, to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, recommended to the President that 2,500 U.S. troops should have stayed in Afghanistan, not been pulled out. Have you asked any news outlet for a correction to those stories?
Thanks for repeating it. We don't make it a habit
Verbatim,
to
by
talk
the way.
publicly one way or the other. Right, wrong, up, down, more or less, about the advice and counsel that Pentagon leaders give the Commander-in-Chief.
What about correcting the record?
Louis.
Please hurry up.
Another helicopter evacuation recently?
No, I don't think there has been. No.
Okay. Can I follow up on the discussion about the drone strike yesterday? It's been characterized as being retaliation, as being reprisal for the bombing at the airport. Is that accurate, or was this something that, as part of your over-the-horizon counterterrorism planning, you were already targeting?
This was a little bit of both. I mean, we have the ability
good
to
question.
conduct over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities. We've talked about that. This certainly fits in that mold. But it's not coincidence that it happened just a couple of days after we lost 13 brave service members.
Fucking Jayward, dude, it was already a planned mission. It had nothing to do with that. It was no coincidence, so we went ahead and did it now.
Can I ask again? You're calling one a planner and another a facilitator. I believe that you're saying that one, that's correct.
It didn't even have anything to do with it, probably.
What is the difference? I mean, and what makes them targeted?
Obviously, thanks for your question, but that is the clarification, planner, facilitator, that are those that would have the ability to facilitate or help plan an attack.
If they're not willing to give the name of the person they killed, I don't believe it.
The ability and the authority we had to conduct those missions.
And were they involved in planning an imminent attack?
We're not going to go into detailed intelligence information that led to that attack or that strike.
Why?
Or future operations.
Thank you.
Fuck you! That dude never tells us shit. Sorry. Two-star general. Fucking slacker.
Profile. Could you explain to us, but not senior? So, and then I have a follow-up on the strike. What makes you say they're high profile?
Based on the intelligence collected and activities in the past, that was the classification and used for those.
General Taylor, can you just clarify, were you actually targeting both of these individuals, or were you targeting one and the other one happened to be there and
They got a twofer.
We had the intelligence that led us to the target area that allowed for that strike to happen with the BDA as briefed.
Were you targeting two individuals in this strike?
We had intelligence that allowed us to conduct that strike on those multiple individuals.
John, if I could ask
Why can't he just say yes or no?
So now you have done this strike. What is the assessment or feeling about the impact of this strike on ISIS-K in Afghanistan? have you degraded them in any fashion? Can you explain that if they're high profile? Have you deterred? Have you degraded? What is your conclusion about what the impact of this strike actually has been?
They have two high-profile planners, or one planner, one facilitator, that are no longer on their muster roll. So they have lost some capability to plan, to conduct missions.
Such bullshit.
But Barbara, make no mistake, nobody's writing this off and saying, well, we got them, so we don't have to worry about ISIS-K anymore. Not the case. As I said earlier, the threat stream is still active, still dynamic. We're still laser focused on that and force protection. And we aren't thinking for a minute that what happened yesterday gets us in the clear. Not a minute. But do we believe that we hit valid targets? Bad guys who can do bad things and can plan bad missions? Absolutely. And do we think that that will have some impact on their ability going forward? Absolutely. What and to how much, we're just going to have to keep watching the intelligence going forward.
I don't know if you can answer, but does the United States have a sense, even if you can't say names, do you have any sense of who is in command of ISIS-K right now?
I'm not going to get into specific org charts and
Why?
intelligence about what we know about the organization. Obviously, we put a lot of time and effort into learning as much as we can.
What could
And I
happen
think I just,
if they know we know who they
purposes,
are?
I'm just going to leave it at that.
What are they going to do? Is it they're not already hiding from us?
So a couple of quick questions about the attack itself. First of all,
They don't know.
where did the unmanned aircraft come from? Was it a Reaper drone, Predator drone? Can you give us any information about the
From
aircraft?
over the horizon.
Okay, so no specific information you can
Dude.
give us?
From over the horizon.
Okay, now,
And
dude.
there were reports that the targets were in a vehicle. Is that accurate? Or was there any other damage to ISIS infrastructure?
As I think the general said right at the top, we're going to be loath to release a lot of tactical level BDA detail here. We want to preserve as much flexibility as we can. So I think you can understand, or at least I hope you can understand, that we're just not going to be able to answer a lot of that detailed stuff right now.
And then just to follow up, what are you doing about the ISIS-K cells in Kabul itself? Because clearly these attacks are coming from Kabul. It's possible the terrorists have gone underground. Obviously, you can't target the city itself with airstrikes right now.
Yeah, what I would tell you is we're watching the threat stream very carefully, Laura. Clearly, they have the ability to operate inside Kabul. We're mindful of that. And we're watching it as closely as we can. And we're obviously trying to make sure that we have available to us as much information and context as possible so as to prepare for any future attacks. And that certainly, we have to assume, could come from or be planned out of or sourced out of places that they might have established themselves in Kabul. I think that's really as far as we're going to be able to go right now. Okay?
And if I could ask the general a couple questions about the airport. When are we officially handing the airport over to the Taliban? Is the Taliban going to be running the airport? Are they going to be running it with the Qataris and the Turks, as I believe has been reported?
We're going to continue to run the airport up until the end, and those details, as they continue to be worked out, will come forward. But right now, we will continue to run that airfield to make sure that we can execute our operations.
And are some of the gates to the airport welded shut, as has been reported?
There are gates that are closed, absolutely, right now, but as we said earlier, we do have gates that are continue to be open as we coordinate and still work with the Department of State to get people in for evacuation.
Thank you.
I have to go to the phones here.
Yes, sir.
Howard Altman.
Hey, first of all, I want to express my condolences to the families of lost loved ones in Kabul. Despite this massive effort to evacuate folks, there were a number of organizations, including current and former military, that feel there's a level of frustration in not being able to get people out, and they're working in many ways. There's been many reports about that. My question is DOD cooperating with any of these organizations? Can you talk about that? And then What is your message to these organizations? Are they helping? Are they hindering? And given what you know about how this is unfolding, should they continue their operations?
Well, it's certainly not for us to tell them to stop caring about individuals that they know that are in Afghanistan, Howard. We are, as you might imagine, I mean, we are working off many different streams of information about various vulnerable Afghan groups, not to mention applicants in the Special Immigrant Visa Program and, of course, American citizens. And I don't want to speak for the State Department, but the State Department has really been liaising with a lot of outside groups to help identify those who need to be evacuated. We are primarily responsible for helping provide that secure area at the airport for them to be able to get through the process and get through to properly manifest them and to get them on flights out of there. But look, I mean, I think a lot of us are getting emails and calls and texts from friends and colleagues. Many of them are veterans who are passing information to us to try to help get additional people out, and we're doing the best we can when we are contacted to get that information in the right stream to the right people on the ground there at the airport to continue to facilitate
Dude,
movement.
we gotta get the likes up or something. 10
General
people?
said, we're gonna
Bro, how long
try
have I
to
been live?
facilitate movement of evacuees
Fucking
right up until
broken ass
the very end.
bullshit fucking
Have these
channel.
efforts helped, or are they adding to the confusion? And is DoD cooperate or help them in any way? Can you specify?
I think certainly, Howard, to the degree that they have brought to light information that we can act upon
No, it sounds
to
like
get additional people out, of course, that's been helpful. And we certainly share the concerns that these groups have for these individuals. We feel the same obligation that they do to it. So to the degree they have been able to help us latch on and identify, then yes, that's been helpful. Gordon?
Done a few different things. One question with the Taliban, it's not an intelligence question, but was there any kind of coordination? Did you share any information prior to the strike on the ISIS targets with the Taliban? One question. I got a few more.
No.
No. Easy question answered. And turning to the preparations for folks coming back, is there a total number of people you have, evacuees you have on domestic bases here, plus those kind of on the step to come back? So all the different hubs plus the bases, you have a total number there?
I don't have it with me, Gordon. I think you heard General Van Herk yesterday. We've got just under 7,000 SIV applicants at U.S. military installations across the country. He's opened up additional installations to try to get us to a capacity of maybe as much as 50,000 if we need it. I think, but he gave that number yesterday, and I think I don't think that number has changed appreciably over
on base on our bases. Wait a second.
Before I jump off there, let me.
Did you just say that we have Afghani nationals on our military bases?
Number
just chilling. 50,000 maybe eventually. That seems like a security risk if that's what he just said. No. 9/11's, dude. 9/11's a fucking 2 weeks away. Let's just bring a bunch of Afghans and put them on bases all around the United States.
Troops to come into Dover as soon as today.
What I can tell you is that the remains of the 13 individuals who were killed are on their way back to the United States, but I am not at liberty to give you a precise arrival.
And final clarification, what struck in the target from last night was a planner and a facilitator, or they are both considered kind of both? I didn't quite understand.
The capabilities of those struck and killed last night were a facilitator and planners. So yeah, we're not going to get into this one was this one was this. A capability of facilitators and planners. Yeah.
Were you aware of them before?
Like I said, we're not going to discussed the intelligence that led up to, then it did, with the intelligence that we had, allowed us to conduct that strike.
But you can't say if they were even individuals who are already on the U.S. radar as high-profile people.
We
in
had
ISIS.
intelligence on the target set that led us as we continued to.
I know he
work up
smiles
that
too
to
much.
conduct that strike.
You fucking smile too much for a general
If I'm not mistaken,
killing
look back,
people.
and the last time that we saw that the U.S. announced a counter-terrorist
Oh,
strike in
dude.
Afghanistan was February of 2020. Are you aware of any other particular specific, not against the Taliban, but specific CT strikes since February 2020 in Afghanistan?
I don't have that information readily available.
General, with all due respect, the reason you're getting questions about the intelligence is 2 days
That's his
before
favorite thing to
Kabul
say.
fell, the intelligence did not show that the country was about to fall to the Taliban. That's why you're receiving questions about the intelligence of this target, just how serious these ISIS fighters were.
No, I understand that, and well, Dan, and I understand that people. We're not going to go into the details of the intelligence that goes into that.
Are they plotting an attack on U.S. troops at the Kabul airport in the next few days?
The intelligence that we had was good enough. It allowed us to conduct that strike, and as Mr.
He's
Curry said,
constantly
we now have,
smiling,
two
dude.
members of ISIS-K that are no longer able to facilitate or plan
Were
attacks.
they planning attacks on U.S. troops
I'm
at
not
the
going
Kabul
to go
airport?
into that.
Why not? Why not make us
Secretary and the president
feel
to
better that you
pass the
killed
check
him?
over.
I don't have any schedule announcements to make with respect to that.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on what I think each of you said when you were talking about the presence of the Taliban at the airport. Are you saying that there are no Taliban on the airfield beginning to transition to control on either the civilian or military
Bob,
side?
so what this was some reporting yesterday that that the Taliban were in control of the gates. And then there was reporting that we were shutting down all evacuation operations in the course of a day. And my point yesterday was those are not true. We're not shutting down evacuation operations. We're going to continue going to the end. We are still in charge of the airport, and we are still in charge of security at the airport. Okay. And what was true a few days ago is still true today. The Taliban have checkpoints around the airport in a loose perimeter, if you will. But they are not manning gates. They are not at the airport doing security roles or anything like that.
They're not at the airport.
They're not at the airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Andrews.
Just going back to the drone strike, you obviously can't give specific names of countries, but did you notify any countries through which the drone may have had to fly through before the strike? And which committees on the Hill did you notify prior to the strike, if at all?
I don't. As far as I know, there was no notifications that did or needed to happen.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Whoa.
No notifications.
I don't think this drone strike happened, dude.
Needed to be done beforehand.
That's why he asked that, to know if anybody else knew about it. They could verify it.
You know them, right? And do you know the nationality of these individuals who were killed in the drone strike yesterday?
We know who they are.
You know
I don't think it happened.
know who they
third
are.
one who was wounded was planner or the facilitator?
I don't have that information.
And one more question. During your conversations with the
Didn't happen.
Taliban, have they given you any assurance or indicated that they will not let Afghanistan to be used as a launching pad for terrorist attack against U.S., its friends and allies?
Can you say that one again?
During your conversation with the Taliban leadership, have they indicated or given any assurance to you that they will not let Afghanistan to be used as a launching pad for terrorist attack against U.S., its friends and allies?
They made assurances as part of the Doha Agreement about affiliation with Al Qaeda and about terrorist groups operating from Afghanistan. They've said that publicly. They said that as part of the Doha Agreement. Barb.
Do you have any indication of the level or types of foreign fighters that may have flowed into Afghanistan in recent days and weeks?
I do not.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to call it a day. No, we're going to call it a day, Lucas. Lucas, I appreciate it very much.
If
I appreciate
thousands
it
of
very
ISIS
much,
prisoners
Lucas.
were released in
Thank you
jail
all
by the
for coming
Taliban,
today. I appreciate it.
is that
Thank
evidence
you
that the
very
Taliban
much.
ISIS might be in?
Yeah, it is evidence that they're working together. If they're not working together, they're just turning the other way and letting it happen. Blind eyeing it. Dude, hold on. I gotta adjust your volume, dude. I had to have them all the way up. Sorry, I was yelling. It was sounding really loud because their volume was really low, so I had to have them cranked. If was that Fox 13, Tampa Bay. I don't know. It was the first person I saw that had it on. So that's the source I use. I still switch sources, but then I got high. Then I got high. But up, up, but up, but up. Then I got high. Oh, we got here. This is it? I don't know, man. I don't know about this. I like the Pentagon thing better. Bueno, it's okay. Dude, I'm so glad I didn't short BTC a minute ago. I was about to, actually. It kept bouncing off the 200 on the 1 minute. And I was like, man, I might just get in on that short action next time it does it. It just went through it. Hey! Rebel Yankee, what's up, man? I'm trying to get a car right. What are we doing? I don't know if I can get it up. That might be good enough for them to get me, dude. Actually, she sounds pretty good. Hold on. Hear that, or I'm just high, dude. Alright, who else we got out there? We got Roland Martin. He's at the main stage. Let's see what they're talking about.
In conjunction with all of the thou from the God of your understanding, to understand that what we've been doing is not working, and that you've got to get out of your comfort zone and address these things yourself.
These souls haunt the halls when the light is out. They suck the blood of the poor and don't wipe their mouth. Welcome to the Whitest House, where every rule
Oh
is
shit, I
a
just
tune
really
that they lie about. Where you can put your filthy feet on the finest couch, and for the right amount, you can.
I don't know what just happened, dude. They didn't want you to hear about the hush. Hush. They didn't want you to know, man. Whoever cares. I'm part of the press conference. The Pentagon? Dude, I don't know what the heck that was. Everything, the internet just went down all of a sudden and came back. At least I didn't, dude. I cut the PC off because that would have been a lot of work. Resetting. Oh, what's the heck? It's still not doing chat though. Alright, what's happening here? Doobie doobie doo doo. There it is. There you go. Please work. That's not gonna work actually. I don't know why it's doing it. Alright, let me try one other thing. Pop. Chapow. Boom. Got you. I got you. Oh. Alright, just make sure it's over here. Nope. That means it's not here. Hold on, I gotta fix some things real fast. You see? Alright, so we're just gonna put it so it's here also. Real fast. And a second. I'm not actually leaving, I'm just fixing that thing. Ow. Alright. Now it should also be there. Not that it needs to be, but what are you looking at? What? Oh man, how'd that shit all get? Man, I don't know. Alright, hold up. I gotta fix this dude. This dude has to fucking go, because now I gotta fix. Shit, this is why I didn't want to start this shit over. Alright, I gotta take I gotta turn all these tabs off. All of you gotta go. All of you gotta go. This one should be working. This one should be working. Boom. Alright. Wait. What are you looking at? everybody was like, they're all watching Roland Martin. Oh, dude, why is everything wrong? All right, that's back. All right. Okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to have to reset all those tickers, but for some reason all the tabs were just minimized. So it wasn't too bad. Usually that's a time-consuming thing. Alright, see if this dude's still... Wait, maybe this dude's walking around.
Alicia.
He's listening to Old Man River. We got... This dude's still jamming out. I think this is the main stage. What is this? How many stages they have, dude? It's 3? Oh, yeah, man, I didn't get it in chat, I guess. I tried to switch over to the mobile so I could tell, and I realized it wasn't going through. Alright, so we're gonna try to send it out.
Don't know, Alicia. Outstanding.
Is this what we want to do?
All right.
All right.
Dude, I thought that was that woman from Seattle, Portland for a second.
How y'all doing?
Juicy booty.
All right, well, first let me say thank you
I'd have been stoked
to Reverend Al Sharpton, founder and president of the National Action Network. Thank you to Mr. King III for convening us in this historic gathering on the 58th anniversary of the very first March on Washington. Can we give it up?
She's not ashamed of her booty. Just believe that if she knew I was calling her Juicy Booty, she'd probably be
I'm the principal of the Black to the Future Action Fund, and I'm a co-founder of the Black Lives Matter Global Network.
Real with it.
And I believe that Black people deserve to be powerful in every aspect of our lives. Amen. We are here today. We are marching today.
Yes, girl.
Yes, because we want Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Yes, because we want Congress to pass the For the People Act. Yes, because we must have statehood for D.C. But bigger than that, we are here, we have marched today because we intend to build and wield power. We aim to wield our power, and we aim to transform how power works so that never again will anyone be denied their right to be fully human and make decisions over their own lives. My friends, our job today is to build the power we need to determine
the COVID
our present
vaccines,
and our futures. I don't have to tell y'all that protecting our right to vote is about power. It has always been about power. And the desire of a small group of people to try and hold all the power at the expense of the rest of us. Now they know if they can keep that power, they know that they can steal more resources from our communities. They know that in order to keep that power, they have to work real hard to leave us out and leave us behind.
Oh, the COVID police are out, bro.
That in order to do so, they have to rig the rules
This is live
so that
on
we can never get
roughly.
ahead. Now they are working hard, y'all, to keep us from building our power. So what's that mean? It
Whoa,
means
there's
we
a lot
got
of
to
people there
work
with
harder
cameras.
and build even
Hey,
more
man.
power.
Streamers are
Now on this
multiplying.
historic anniversary,
Gremlins.
let us remember that history repeats itself until the people intervene to create a new path. Back then, President Lyndon B. Johnson told organizers he did not have the power to pass voting rights. But our people took our power, and we were relentless in our pursuit of justice. We would not allow process to interrupt progress. Now today we face the same dilemma, do we not? Yep. We face the same rhetoric, do we not? Right. Bipartisanship is being used as an excuse to not be bold with the power that we delivered in November, the power that we delivered in January. But this is not about bipartisanship. It is about the cowardice of people who know better but refuse to do better. We know they want to keep us from being powerful, am I right? So what do we do when we see that our representatives, our president, lacks the courage and the will to do the right thing? Well, as one of my mentors says to me all the time, when people lack the courage, it sounds like they need to be strengthened. So let's go ahead and strengthen them. Now after this march today, what we gonna do? We gotta light up those phones, we gotta clog up those emails, if we gotta hold vigils every day, that's what we gotta do until we prevail. We got to keep fighting until victory is won, because there is too much at stake and there is too much on the line. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to build power? Are you ready to win? All right, y'all, let's go. Let's do this.
There aren't any cops there, dude. They seem surrounded. That's weird. Is it weird? But I don't think people do anything in Germany, because you go to German prison, it's probably weird. They start acting like Hitler or something, dude. I don't know, man.
This way, how do I do
Enter a
it
Hitler
now? They were saving them for
the
VIPs.
guards enter Hitler comes out.
Well, now
They're
all y'all are VIP.
pulling people's toenails off with pliers or something.
So come on in. You got it? Let him just come on. Now keep the check. Now social distancing. Now we're not leaving here as super spreaders. So everybody, keep your mask on. Get your mask on if you don't have. Oh, there you go. There you go. Because we can't afford to lose any of you. We need all the votes that we can get. So all of you are out there. Just you can grab a seat. We're all VIPs, and we're going to let the United States Senate know they don't have any choice, because we are very important people, and we've got their vote.
It was London.
Let me now introduce a master organizer, a strategist, a highly skilled trainer. She's been on the front line of progressive social transformation for more than 25 years, serving as the CEO of Georgia Stand Up,
everything after the equal
think
sign.
and act tank for working families, and a 2012 White House champion of courage. Please put your hands together for Deborah Scott.
Hey, we're gonna have to go to the main stage in a minute. Let me see.
Welcome to Washington, D.C. We're here, y'all. We're here. We are here because we are fighting for our lives. We are fighting for our votes. We are fighting for our democracy. We have been on the front line. We have stood up, registered to vote, got people out, and Georgia, 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 Georgia and say, thank you for saving democracy. Thank you for saving democracy. Thank you for saving democracy. So I come today as a student of the civil rights movement. I give honor to my heroes, Reverend James Orange, Reverend Joseph Lowry, Maynard Jackson, and John Lewis. We are from the state of good trouble. Good trouble. You know about getting in good trouble? Good trouble means we register people to vote. If you are willing to register people to vote, raise your hand. If you are willing to get other people to the polls, raise your hand. Because that's what we need. We need people on the front line. So when I say stand up, you say fight back. Stand up, 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 fight back. So what are we fighting back for? We're fighting back because they got that knee on our neck. Get your knee off our neck. I said, get your knee off our neck and your foot off our vote. Your knee off our neck and your foot off our vote. So Georgia already knows how to do it in the heat. So we marched in the heat. Because we know we got to go back home.
Not the heat.
They're stealing our votes every single day. They're trying to kill us every single day. And we say no. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and we ain't gonna take it no more. I said, we're not gonna take it no more.
In the heat?
I said, we're gonna stand up and fight back because our democracy is at stake. This is 58 years after Martin Luther King and John Lewis stood and said, let's not do this again. The promissory note was not cash. Well, in this day and age, we got cash app. We want it now. We got cash app. We want it now. We want to get free now. So I said, stand up. We need you all to stay encouraged.
Hey, somebody sends me some money. Juicy booty.
To get stronger.
Money sign, juicy booty.
We came to strategize, organize, and mobilize. We're going to be like Baymax kids. We're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming. We're going to stand up and vote because that's what we have to do. Now look, the numbers are here on our side. Say the numbers. The numbers are on our side. We got time. And while we have time, we're going to keep organizing and mobilizing and getting people registered to vote and getting people out to vote. You know it's against the law in Georgia to give out people water when they standing in line for 7 hours. Shame! 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 So we need that voting rights bill passed. The John Lewis voting rights pass. It needs to pass this week. Pass it. And you know what? If it doesn't, we're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming.
What about when it gets cold, though? What about when it gets cold?
Huh?
I don't think so.
We have waited too long and we
Put
have
money on it.
suppressed our power. We are the most powerful people on this earth. We are resilient. We have come through slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, and all of it. And so 2021, this ain't got nothing on what our ancestors had to do. So we're hot, we're tired, but we're going to keep fighting.
But you don't
So
mind
when I say
hot.
stand up, you
That's the
say
thing.
vote. Stand up, vote.
I don't know why they keep acting like that. It's because we don't like hot. They keep bringing it up. White people don't like hot. So they're thinking like, look at us. We're in the heat. We're badasses. We're really doing it. You don't fucking mind the heat. You don't like the cold, though. And we will not see them out there come wintertime. Never do. We never do. Especially if there isn't anyone to be voted into office.
Kings and queens, right here in the nation's capital and watching around the globe. This is such a significant day in the continental United States, and this is why we are here.
Is it?
March on.
Half the people in the U.S. doesn't even know this is fucking happening right now. It's not a big deal, actually.
Right.
It's just the only thing going on.
Somebody really dynamic. We're going to do it one more game. One of our nation's youngest leaders, Tylee. He's a recent
No, he
graduate
doesn't know
of
sign
North
language. He's
Carolina
actually a
A&T
crip.
State
He's just
University.
doing like signs and shit.
And a member of Phi
Blood
Beta
crib, he's
Sigma
switching it up.
Fraternity, Inc. In his current capacity at National Action,
All different neighborhoods.
moved the organization from demonstration to legislation. Title hopes to inspire other young people
I remember
to
that,
being
too.
involved with policy.
Wow,
The
that's
new
hilarious.
norm, not just an exception. Title McMillan, National Director of Youth and College, National Action. Can we hear it for this young man?
Yes, sir! Don't want to lose that. Hey, I'm still alive. That's all that matters.
Dude, the music, bro. Yeah.
We need leaders of courage.
Agree. Okay. He's there.
In light of what we're seeing across the country and just around the corner at the Supreme Court, we saw a decision which further gutted the Voting Rights Act. At this moment, we need to escalate where we are because we cannot afford to stand still with where we are. We cannot afford not to have legislation to answer what is clearly not only a legislative but a judicial leaning of not only voter suppression but voter suspension. You heard me right. I don't know about you, but I can't seem to understand the limit to early voting. I can't seem to understand the need for more than one ID. I can't seem to understand the removal of drop boxes of partisan control. I can't seem to understand the over 700,000 residents of Washington, D.C. not having
There's not many people there, dude.
So family, I'm clear.
It's kind of
I'm clear
sad.
in this work. I'm clear that Brenda Everett will not murder on his lawn in front of his children, in front of his wife by the campus, in home positions to be in charge. I'm clear that
Things are ramping up in Berlin. Kettling the people. Seems maybe. Unless they're protecting. Oh, they're protecting these businesses, maybe.
position is not power. I'm clear that John Lewis did not get beat over the head walking across the Edmonton Bridge so we can experience symbolism and not the things that we know we deserve.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Standing on the shoulders of the
$5
Niagara Whales. Standing on the shoulders of the elevators.
Oh, dude.
Standing on the shoulders of the Bob Moses.
Pots down,
On
bro.
the shoulders of the Shirley Chisholm. To say that we deserve and we demand and we require from these streets to those seats that the United States Senate pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Amendment Act. That the United States Senate passes the For the People Act. That the United States Senate passes DC statehood. That the United States Senate ends the filibuster. Because we cannot wait. And we will not wait. So I come by to let you know, if you've gotten comfortable, we have not yet arrived. We have not yet arrived. I said we have not yet arrived. We are fighting for generations yet unborn. And there will come a time in our nation's history when our children's children will read about this moment. And I ask you this question, senators. And we ask you this question, senators. What side of history will you stand on? So I implore you this question. Will you do what is right? Will you do what is necessary? Because the soul of our democracy is dependent on it. No justice.
What's good with
all
you,
power
too?
to the people.
Or as a burger fall follows you around high school. What do you mean? What?
I know that.
You had that?
I know I'm stating the obvious. That is, 58 years ago, it was hotter than it is today. 58 years ago, it was hotter than it is today. Am I right? The man there? Yes. And folks were in the reflection pool today. Am I right? Water. The man there? Probably half of the marchers were in the shade, but they were here. And you're here. But it was a lot hotter, not temperature-wise, it was a lot hotter in Congress because you had Dixiecrats and reactionary Republicans who did not want civil rights bills to pass. And a year later, they certainly didn't want the Voting Rights Act to pass. Those same speeches that were delivered 58 years ago could be delivered today. And so, as hot as it is today, we still must put the heat on members of Congress. Let me introduce now the president of the National Action Network Michigan chapter and the pastor of King Solomon Missionary Baptist Church, the historic pulpit where Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Thurgood Marshall, T.S. Boone, and a host of America's leaders used that pulpit as a stage to spread a progressive message of change. Brothers and sisters, put your hands together for the Reverend Charles Williams.
No justice! No justice! No justice! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! Take your hand off my vote! Take your hand! Off my vote! Take your hand! Off my vote! Take your hand! Off my vote! Everybody make some noise!
Hey, Anthony.
Fight, and I ain't gonna stop fighting now. We ain't gonna stop fighting now. We had to fight for a 13th Amendment. We had to fight for a 14th, 15th, 1964 civil rights and 1965 voting rights. And I'm gonna tell you right now, in 2021, we're gonna keep this fight alive over our bodies. We will not allow them to take our vote. We will not allow them to ignore our call. Amen. Senators and congressional representatives are putting together trillions of dollars that they can spend in their districts, while at the very same time the people who sent them there, voters being disenfranchised. We're standing up today and we're saying, hell no. We won't have vote. And so we will not stop. Yeah, we marched last year, we're going to march this year. And we're going to march tomorrow, we're going to march next year, we're going to march until justice comes by any means necessary. Yeah. And so we come with a simple message. And that message is the message that Dr. King left us a long time ago. If you can accept it, you will do something to transform the conditions here in America. I'm not worried this afternoon, no matter how dark it may be, no matter how difficult it may be. For I know that it is true that truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne, yet that scaffold sways the future. Behind the dim unknown standeth God beneath the shadows, keeping watch above his own. William Cullen Bryant was right. Truth crushed the earth will rise again. The Bible is right. You'll reap what you sow. And if you don't give the people of God, the children of God, the right to vote, we're going to keep fighting. Take your hand. Take your hand. No justice. No peace.
Who doesn't have the right to vote? Felons? Wonder what the...
Not just for a day, not just for a summer, but until all people are housed, until all people are fed, until all people earn a living wage, when our voting rights are protected and expanded, all debt is canceled, all air and water is clean, all people are free to thrive, not just barely survive. We're living in a time of crisis when the foundations of injustice and racism and poverty are crumbling, and a fusion movement of people coming together across all the lines that divide us is breaking through and building power. It's times like these when throughout history prophets have to arise to sound the alarm, to cry out, somebody is hurting our people. Somebody is evicting our families. Somebody is suppressing our votes, but we won't be silent anymore.
June 28th, 2021. There are now about 200 women priests, many of them in the United States. They call themselves Roman Catholic woman priests.
Not one step back.
What? There are only 200 of them, and most of them are here. Hey, dude, it's the dude from Fifth Element. I love that guy. He been through some shit.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. Hello, everyone. My name
those are the friendly aliens in the very beginning.
And I'm a waitress at your tail and a member of
Had the
Unite
key in his
Here
finger?
Local 25, which stands for respect, rights, and progress. I immigrated from Uganda over 20 years ago, and I have always had to fight my way to make it in this country. Thanks to my union, Unite Here Local 25, I am powerful, workers are powerful. I now can advocate for myself, my workers, and my 9-year-old daughter, so she will have a path to walk on and move forward with.
1997,
Together, we can create a path,
the first
not
female
just for this
priest
generation,
was ordained.
but for a generation yet
97.
born, by pushing for a livable wage, fight for 15. We need to push for leaders that respect the rights of all people and workers by voting leaders that are progressive. We will continue to expand and protect workers' rights. Behold the power of a people united.
Whew. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Armstead. I am the Vice President of Unite Here Local 23 here in D.C. I grew up in this city. I know what it means to struggle in the richest nation on earth. That's why I joined the
Struggling to keep them
union.
pounds
That's why
down.
I wanted to better myself and my community.
Bill, what's up, man?
Let me tell you guys real quick. Voting rights and workers' rights are one and the same. We need to make sure that we have a livable wage, 15 and beyond. We need to make sure that workers have the right to have a real future in this
Struggling to get
country.
that hat on his
Voting rights,
head.
workers' rights, one and the same together. We need to keep on moving. We need to keep on marching. Thank you.
He's like, bro, you didn't bring a hat my size.
My brothers and sisters,
Glasses are struggling.
58 years ago, a preacher from Georgia stood on these steps and
Whoa,
declared,
my man.
in the face of racism and economic justice, a nightmare. A nightmare
What's inside of the
that
cross?
was lengthened by congressional and state filibustering. He said that day, I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with his vicious racists, with his governors,
Obama.
lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification,
dripping.
one
Like
day
it.
right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls
will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. He also said on behalf of the people that day, we can't be satisfied and we will not be satisfied. His dream was not an abstract dream, but a concrete hope rooted in a demand for jobs and living wages and voting rights. In fact, the march that day was the March for Jobs and Justice. He wanted his children and all children and another generation to come to know the best that was possible in this nation. Now that was 58 years ago, but still today we can't be satisfied. And we would do well to remember that the legal basis for the very personal source of Dr. King's agony as he stood here that day and first told America about the nightmare, all of that came from state legislatures passing bad laws from the bottom up. The constitutional and moral crisis we face today is the direct result of forces in state legislatures that have organized to push back against the progressive voice and power in this country. It is not just an attack on black people, it is an attack on justice and the progressive voice in this nation. And this attack is allowed because we don't have sufficient federal protections. We still have actors in state legislatures in 49 states, and too many of them are succeeding in suppressing the vote and blocking living wages and blocking police reform and blocking health care and blocking education. And so we are not gathered here just to commemorate. In fact, I would dare say we don't need another commemoration. We need a recommitment. We need a reconsecration. We're not here just for something that happened a long time ago. No, we're not here just to have a day. We are here today to continue the work of our foreparents, to expand democracy until we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In fact, we cannot reduce our movements to single issue protests. And anybody that tries to lead you on a single issue protest is a misleader and not a leader. Our issues are as complicated as our blood system and our nervous system in our bodies. And so we're here today. We've come together from many corners to lay out a vision, demand action to address the interlocking injustices and the interlocking evils of systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of Christian nationalism. So we declare and we demand that if we pass the For the People's Act and the Voting Rights Restoration Act, we could stop James Crow Esquire and Gene Crow Esquire. Laws that are designed to hurt black people and white people and brown people and native people and poor people and rural people and urban people and the working people and the disabled. We could institute elections that would be fair and full. We could make sure that everybody, every eligible voter can vote. If we pass the For the People's Act, all that they're doing in the states becomes illegal immediately. If we pass the Voting Rights Act restoration, then they have to go through pre-clearance. If we end the filibuster, we could do it all and do it all right now. If we instituted a $15 minimum wage, living wage, we could raise 32 million people out of poverty and low wealth immediately and pump $328 billion into the economy immediately. If we pass a full, inhumane economic budget and infrastructure plan, we can end poverty and low wages from the bottom up. If we had put the $6.4 trillion we have poured into endless wars since 9/11, if we had put it into green energy, we could have built a renewable energy across this country and infrastructure with trillions of dollars to spare. If we stop housing evictions, we can prevent millions from being thrown out in the street. If we restored the corporate tax rate to what it was before Trump, we could raise $130 billion. and provide early child care and education for every child in this country. And we can do it. We can do it. We have to make this nation face its moral crisis. We have to make this nation ask the question, what does it profit America to hold on to a filibuster and get a limited infrastructure bill and lose the soul and the infrastructure of our democracy? What does it profit America to hold on to an infrastructure and not lift 140 million Americans out of poverty and low wealth? And so it's time. It's time for a full moral movement to shift the moral narrative and build power, especially among the 140 million poor and low wealth people that now make up 30% of the electorate. This is the time. And it's not about Democrat, and it's not about Republican, it's not about left, it's not about right, it's about right versus wrong. Now is the time. And if I could borrow from Martin Luther King, anybody who tries to criticize these demands and say they are somehow anti-American and wrong, well, if our demands for full justice are wrong, then the Constitution is wrong. If our demands are wrong, then the Bible is wrong when it says in Isaiah 10, woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights. If our demands are wrong, somebody better check Jesus, because he said the nation would be judged. When I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was naked, did you clothe me? When I was in prison, did you see about me? When I was sick, did you heal me? But the truth is, Liz, our call for voting rights and living wages and police reform and health care and climate are not wrong, they are right. And they really are the only thing worth spending our lives for. If you're still alive in the midst of COVID, then you ought to use every breath you have to change this nation. We made a decision in Afghanistan 20 years ago wrong because too many didn't have the courage to say no. We can't make that mistake now when it comes to saying no to those that want to take our country back. And if we don't do this work, I fear for this nation. But we will do it. We have to do it because we refuse to give up on the possibility of America. These demands of justice are non-negotiable and they cannot be watered down. There is no moderate position when it comes to justice. And that's why we come together. We work together. 58 years ago, black women weren't allowed on this stage. But 58 years later, they're leading this stage. 58 years ago, they didn't have Latinos on this stage, but today they are. 58 years ago, there were no white main speakers, but today they are. There were no brothers and sisters from Appalachia and Alabama. There were no LGBTQ folk on the stage openly. There were no Native and Asian, but today they are, because we must come together. We must build a movement together. We all are being attacked by the same forces, Mark. The same people that are against black folk, are against Latino folk, are against women, are against gay people, are against Asians, are against voting rights, are against health care, are against living wages. And if they are cynical enough to be together, we got to be smart enough to come together. And so I close the day by saying there's power in coming together. During the slavery, it looked like slavery had won. But when Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass got together with some white Quakers and some white evangelicals like William Lloyd Garrison, they tore slavery down. Women didn't have the right to vote. But when Sojourner Truth, a black woman, got with Lucretia Mott, a white woman, they marched together in the streets of this city and they won the right to vote. It looked like monopolists would have the last word. But at the turn of the 20th century, when multiracial coalition decided it was time to come together, white and black labor people came together and won labor laws. It looked like Jim Crow had beaten down injustice, but then Rosa Parks and Martin King and a gay guy named Bayard Rustin and a black woman named Fannie Lou and another brother named Bob Moses got together with white folk like Glenn Smiley and Jonathan Davis and Viola Lewusa and James Reed, and they tore Jim Crow down. In the 19th century, when poor white farmers and formerly enslaved people got together, they built the first Reconstruction, a fusion movement, and won the 14th, 15th Amendments to the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act of 1875. And I must tell you, as I make my way to North Carolina, they told me I might never walk again. But when the prayer warriors got together, and the doctors got together, and my family got together, and my faith got together, and my swim coach got together, I can jump now. I can walk now. There's power when we come together. And so, y'all, let's come together. And if we come together, God will help us. The Spirit will help us. Tamika, the ancestors will help us. And the whole nation will thank us. And generations yet born will call our name. Let's come together. Black and white and brown and native and Asian and young and old and gay and straight and Christian and Hindu and Muslim and Jewish and even persons who don't have a religious faith, but they believe in the moral arc of the university. Together until the poor are lifted. Together until the workers are paid. Together until the sick are healed. Lord, help me here. Together until voting is guaranteed. Together until unmerciful house evictions are stopped. Together until police killing is stopped. Together until land and water is not poisoned. Together until war is not pushed and promoted and promulgated. Together until humanity is respected and children are protected and civil rights and labor rights and human rights are never neglected. Let us be together until these things are actualized. Let us never be satisfied. And if we come together, if we work nonviolently together to change this nation, we will change it. And there will be something said about our work when we all got together. What a day! What a day! What a day! What a day! What a day of justice it will be when we all get together. What a day! What a day! What a day!
The Reverend Dr. William J. Barber II and the Poor People's Campaign. This is the sacred space. Dr. King was headed back here in 1968 before he was taken from us. He was coming back here to build the Poor People's Campaign, to build Resurrection City. Give Reverend Barber another round of applause. Bishop Barber. We heard from the adult mayor. We're now going to hear from the youth mayors of Washington, D.C. Two dynamic young ladies. Please welcome, these are youth mayors, y'all. We have youth mayors in D.C. Lourdes Robinson and Addison Rose. Please give them a round of applause. Did I get it right? Yes. All right, youth mayors.
Ready. Good evening. My name is Lourdes Robinson. This is Addison Rose, Noah McBride, and Bryce Freeman. We are part of DC's youth government. I am your newly elected youth mayor. 8,100. That's how many people died due to gun violence within the first 5 months of 2021. At least 54 people a day. We are at a crisis point. Gun violence disproportionately affects the African American community, especially our young black men. There is no reason or excuse why being alive should be their goal before 18. Countless families are torn apart as a result of violence. We need to put an end to these senseless killings. They are a threat to our basic human rights, the right to life. It is time that we come together as a community and take action. We are the vanguard. Ignite your voice. March, protest and demand that your elected representatives demand their support and advocate for effective gun violence prevention legislation. Be the change. Names are important reminders. Rosa Parks, Ella Baker, John Lewis, MLK Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells, W.E.B. Bois, and many more. They are the names of our ancestors who left a legacy for us, the next generation. Let the names of this day mark the day that we continue the fight to put an end to gun violence in our communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Rose, and I am the District of Columbia's Youth Mayor. Today, I stand before you all, 58 years after many of our grandparents and ancestors marched the streets of Washington, D.C. to demand equality and rightfully gain their rights to issues we are combating today. It is very disappointing that we still live in a world where many of our anti-democratic counterparts are constantly trying to suppress our rights and especially our voices. We showed up today in remembrance and out of respect for the great leaders that fought before us. We will continue the fight, we will continue to show up, and we will continue to, as John Lewis said, push and pull and make America what it should be for all of us. 7. That is the number of powerful black women that were arrested on June 29th, 2021 on Capitol Hill for peacefully protesting for our constitutional voting rights. Thank you, Melanie Campbell, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Dr. Skinner, Jonetta Cole, Tamika Mallory, and Mrs. Cora Berry for always fighting the good fight and causing good trouble. But it is time for my generation to do our part. It was 7 of them. It needs to be 17, 70, 700, 7,000 of us from my generation to meet them at that Capitol and peacefully protest. This is not a game. Our right to vote is serious business. Today, I stand in solidarity with Mayor Muriel Bowser and everyone else who has done exceptional work to break this chain of injustice. Many of you all know the late and amazing Mayor for Life, Marion S. Berry, who was co-founder and the first chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, otherwise known as SNCC, where he and others like Diane Nash organized a series of sit-ins in Nashville pushing for voting rights. I am proud to stand in the light of his legacy, where I am a member of the Marion Barry Youth Leadership Institute, and speaking here today in disbelief that we are still fighting against the new Jim Crow 2.0, the same things he fought so hard for in his lifetime. As a 16-year-old black woman in America today, a part of one of the biggest marginalized and minority groups, I stand here behind all of my brothers and sisters who have paved the way for my black excellence to grace this stage today and implement the change our nation so desperately needs. The late Congressman John Lewis once said, "The vote is precious. It is the most powerful nonviolent tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it." So we will see you all at the Capitol, and we will be there 17, 70, 700, 7,000 strong. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for the D.C. Youth Mayors. I thought she had not made it in. We acknowledge the family of Emmett Till. The video people, you want to put Emmett's message back up. It's a sacred day. We know that Emmett Till was our first Trayvon Martin, amen? And his death sparked a whole movement, amen? August 28, 1945, Jackie and Rachel Robinson. August 28, 1955, Emmett Till. August 28, 2008, Barack Obama. This is a sacred day. The family of Emmett Till is represented today by our sister Deborah Watts. This is a sacred time, sacred day, sacred space, and a sacred ancestor, Emmett Till. Amen? Are we all in agreement on that? Please welcome from the Emmett Till Legacy Foundation. It makes me sad to even mention it, because he should be here. Sister Deborah Watts, please welcome her.
When I say justice, you say Emmett. When I say justice, you say Emmett. When I say justice, you say. When I say justice, you say. Emmett Till, my cousin. Our great-grandfathers were brothers. On August 28th, 1955, he was lynched. His murder, the open casket funeral that his mother chose, woke up the world. It inspired Rosa to sit. It inspired Martin Luther King to speak at this very podium. It inspired Bayard Rustin and Philip H. Randolph to choose this day, August 28th, because they wanted that same kind of spirit, momentum, and backbone that was shown December 1st in Montgomery, Alabama, at the start of the Civil Rights Movement. So are we ready to have that same kind of backbone, to have that same kind of ability to stand for our voting rights? One of my friends said, if we don't vote, we have no rights. Right, Julianne Malveaux? Dr. Malveaux. Yes, but I stand here today on the shoulders of all of our ancestors that have stood here before us. I stand here because that day, August 28, 1963, the mother of Emmett Till couldn't make it here because her mother was afraid for her. But I'm not afraid, and I'm standing for her and all of those others, those stolen lives that began before Emmett, through Emmett, and even after Emmett. So we have to stand here today. I'm standing here also to remind you that John Lewis implored us to restore the soul of our nation. We can't do that if we stand still. So I want to thank the organizers of this march, the organizers of all the other marches that are occurring today. Until Freedom, Gathering for Justice, and all the other organizations. Thank you very much for this opportunity. But I want to say this, that Emmett Till's case, you may not know this, it is still open after 66 years. We are holding and asking the country to join us in our Justice for Emmett Till campaign. We ask you to text Emmett to 243-7. Implored us to restore the soul of our nation. We can't do that if we stand still. So I want to thank the organizers of this march, the organizers of all the other marches that are occurring today. Until Freedom, Gathering for Justice, and all the other organizations. Thank you very much for this opportunity. But I want to say this, that Emmett Till's case, you may not know this, it is still open after 66 years. We are holding and asking the country to join us in our Justice for Emmett Till campaign. We ask you to text Emmett to 243-725, and you can sign that petition, 243-725. But we're standing in solidarity, so I don't want you to forget that it's important to vote, it's important to restore the consciousness of America, and it's important to make sure that we stand for justice for all stolen lives. But right now, when I say justice, you say, when I say justice, you say Emmett. Justice for Emmett Till. Justice for Emmett Till. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Long live the spirit of Emmett Till. How many of y'all heard of the Winans family? Y'all don't sound like, how many of y'all heard of the Winans family? Please welcome from the Winans family, the next generation, our brother, Juan Winans.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? Y'all look good. 58 years ago, the Honorable John Lewis stood right here and declared the truth that we as people are finished waiting, that the time for equality and justice and fairness is indeed right now. Can y'all say that now? Just shout back at me now. Come on now, y'all know I'm from the church, so you can talk back to me a little bit. That is the spirit of this song. And I know that as long as we keep going and we keep pushing and we keep showing up, surely we will have that fairness. Surely we will lay hold to that equality and that justice and that righteousness. I know you all believe that because that's why you're here this afternoon. This song is called Now.
We're tired of being beaten by policemen. We're tired of seeing our people locked up in jail over and over again. And then you holler, be patient. How long can we be patient? We want our freedom and we want it now.
We don't have another day, another time, another place.
Oh no, music.
And no longer can we wait.
Oh my God.
This impacted nation. Our nation has been impacted by the plague of hate and racism since the days Europeans landed on these shores. And across our country, our democracy is under attack by a different plague. The Republicans are systemically trying to roll back our voting rights. Since January, 48 states have introduced over 389 bills meant to make it harder for all of us to go to vote. And in some states, they passed the laws. We see you, Georgia. We see you, Florida. We see you, Texas. But the Republicans' attack on our democracy aren't limited to the old stomping grounds of the Confederacy. Back in my home state of California, and you can't get much deeper blue than California, we have a wasteful recall that is meant to roll back the voice of the people. It's just California's version of voter suppression, but we aren't going to stand for it. If they can't beat us in a fair fight, we know what they do. They cheat, they rob, they steal, they rig the game. It's the echoes of Jim Crow. It's the echoes of history. We know the roadblocks, we know the signs, we know how they intimidate. But we will win in California, we will win in Texas, we will win in Georgia, we will win in Florida. History may not always repeat itself, but we hear the echoes. History is echoing today. Can you hear it? Can you hear the echoes of history? You know it better than I do. August 28, 1963. Civil rights leaders, labor leaders, faith leaders came together to march on Washington for jobs and freedoms. A. Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Can you hear the echoes of history? Today, we are here in this place, marching for our freedom, marching for our jobs, marching for care, marching for justice, marching for our climate. Can you hear the stirs and the echoes of history? We will not be denied our legacy. We will not be denied our freedom. We will not be denied our justice, sisters and brothers. We will not be denied. So what do? Dr. King said, "I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men, and I'll say women, are created equal. To achieve and live out the stirrings of Dr. King, we must rise up, sisters and brothers. When America does not live up to its ideals, it's up to us to demand that we rise up. Are we going to rise up? I know y'all hot, but are we going to rise up? It was hot in 1963, but they rose up. They fought for justice, and today we will rise up. We will not be moved until we win the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We will win the For the People Act, and we will win the largest investment in care this country has ever seen. Thank you, sisters and brothers.
Tesla wants to sell electricity in Texas.
I didn't hear you. Are you fired up? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm proud to be here representing 1.4 million members of AFSCME who strengthen their communities every single day through their work in public service. I am proud to be here speaking for a labor movement that believes union rights cannot be separated from voting rights. And I'm also proud to be here as a longtime resident of Washington, D.C. to speak up for my own voting rights and demand my right to full representation in the United States Congress. We're here today because the very foundation of our democracy are under siege in state after state. Powerful forces have made a ruthless, immoral calculation. They know that when more people participate in our elections, they lose. They know that their agenda doesn't have enough public support to win fair and square. So they're rigging the political system, doing everything they can to silence the voices and suppress the votes of black and brown people in particular. All these issues, all the issues that we care about depend on this struggle to protect and expand access to the ballot box. If you care about strengthening unions and empowering working people, this is your fight. If you care about affordable health care, this is your fight. If you care about wealth inequality or retirement security, this is your fight. If you care about racial justice, this is your fight. Now, 58 years ago today, our brother John Lewis, all of 23 years old, stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and addressed 250,000 people at the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. A year and a half later, he led a peaceful march for voting rights across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. And he nearly paid for it with his life.
There's another angle of him.
Today we march again because America's pursuit of a more perfect union is incomplete, because John Lewis's work is unfinished, because Dr. King's dream is unfulfilled. Today we march again, honoring their sacrifice and summoning their courage, standing on their shoulders and carrying on their legacy. Today we march again because 150 years after ratification of the 15th Amendment, communities of color are still disenfranchised. Today we march again to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and For the People Act. Today we march again.
I need to eat something. Maybe he's telling me I need to eat.
But tomorrow we return to our communities and we raise our voices. Today we march, tomorrow we educate and agitate. Today we march and tomorrow we organize and mobilize every hamlet, every block, every city, every state across this country. Today we march. And tomorrow we continue building a powerful grassroots movement for change,
neighborhood by neighborhood, block by block. Today we march. Tomorrow we protect our most precious fundamental right of citizenship, the right to choose our own leaders, the right of self-government, the right to vote in free and fair elections. Today we march. Tomorrow we raise hell. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you for practicing social distancing due to this global man-made pandemic.
More worth fighting for. Show some sign. Let it play, D. Let's see what happens.
God damn. What the fuck is everybody singing for?
That word legend, it just means you're old. That's what it means. But you had to survive. But that's not old, young girl. You know, I'm going to tell y'all something. Everybody keeps talking this mess about passing the torch. And
oh, never mind.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not passing my torch. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to light your torch. Like John Lewis lit our torch. Dr. King lit our torch. Rosa Parks lit our torch. And they held on to their torch. If I pass my torch, I'm in the dark. And right now, none of us can afford to be in the dark. But what we have to learn to do, it's like a good relay team. You got to make sure you grab that torch, because none of us have the time to drop it. And so we're here to light torches. Go back to your communities and light the torches of fraternities and sororities and HBCUs and organizations. The folk behind us in that Congress. And think about this. We're not building gallows. We're not climbing over walls. We're here peacefully. And Joe Manchin has got to decide what side of history he wants to be on. Do you want to be on the side of John Lewis? I'm tired of folks talking about I love John Lewis. Well, if you love John Lewis, then you vote for the John Lewis voting advancement bill. Hailing from the state of New York, talking about lighting the torch. He serves as the freshman representative to leadership in the 117th Congress, making him the youngest member of the Democratic House leadership team. He also serves as the deputy whip for the Congressional Progressive Caucus and as co-chair of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus. Please put your hands together and welcome Representative Mondaire Jones of New York 100.
afternoon. I can't hear y'all. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Madison, for that generous introduction. To Reverend Sharpton, to Martin Luther King III, to all of the incredible organizers who convened this event, and most importantly to all of you for descending upon Washington, D.C. and elevating your voices and making it known to those in power that we will not turn away, not so long as we've got work to do. We have come this far by faith, and we have never been more powerful in the history of this nation. But there's still work to do. Our democracy is in crisis. The insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th showed us. So too did the failure of a number of Senate Republicans to sign on to bipartisan legislation simply to investigate what happened on January 6th. And we have reached what may well be our last chance to rescue this nation from racist minority rule. This nation and this world can ill afford to allow white supremacists, misogynists, homophobes, folks who deny the effectiveness of vaccines and who don't even want to certify presidential elections to take back control of the United States government through disenfranchisement. Now, there are some who suggest that we do nothing, don't they? That we accept the status quo that has led us to this moment of crisis. But those of us here today understand that if the Senate and the White House do not act, yes, the White House. That's right. Catch that. The White House. Because during the Civil Rights Movement, we had a president of the United States who didn't just throw up their hands and say, all right, that's the Senate's responsibility to pass voting rights legislation. We need the White House to get involved and say we got to get rid of this Jim Crow filibuster, don't we? If we fail to act in this moment, we are on a path by which democracy dies in darkness. Allow me to paint a picture of that dark future for you, if you will. Thanks to partisan gerrymandering, first the party of Donald Trump will take back control of the House next year. Even as Democrats continue to win more votes nationwide. Hell no, indeed. Let us make sure that doesn't happen. The party of Donald Trump would also take back the United States Senate through voter suppression in states like Georgia. And we got to make sure that Raphael Warnock comes back to the United States Senate. The party of Donald Trump, under the status quo, would win back the presidency in the year 2024, whether because of voter suppression, the anti-democratic electoral college, or because red states have had success in overturning the results of free and fair elections. The Supreme Court, which is already under radical right-wing control, will do nothing to stop any of this. The GOP's 2 stolen seats will ensure that that happens. We will all feel the consequences of far-right minority rule.
So that means we need to pass it now, right? The Democrats have control in the Senate and the presidency.
Corporations will continue to deny science.
We shouldn't delay any longer.
As we will hurtle full speed towards climate catastrophe. Wealth inequality will widen while the tax bills of the super rich continue to shrink. They will spend billions to send themselves into space while people on Earth starve. The cost of housing, healthcare, and education will grow even further out of reach for everyday Americans. Civil rights and civil liberties will continue to erode, and our government will have learned nothing from the murder of George Floyd last year. Shame indeed. Shame. Shame. The next pandemic, under the status quo of voter suppression, where people who believe in science are denied the opportunity to serve in government, will rage uncontrolled, causing massive preventable suffering. And our government, the federal government, captured by powerful special interests and insulated from the will of the American people, the will of all of you, will remain indifferent to that suffering. My friends, that road is dark. I don't want to go down that road. I know that none of you want to go down that road. Thankfully, it doesn't have to be this way, does it? We are not powerless to stop. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve the long-held promise of a permanent, multiracial democracy. A democracy where your vote, and everyone's vote, matters because we've ended the scourge of partisanship. Where you never have to worry about whether yourself or your friends and family are registered to vote because they're registered automatically. Where you don't need to justify exercising your right to vote by mail. Amen? Where teachers and bartenders who aspire to run for office can mount competitive campaigns even if they don't come from money or from a political family. Where candidates for office make their case to we the people.
Yes, that's y'all. I'm making my case to we the people. Shanita Cleveland for Congress, District 30.
Billionaires and corporations. Where elections are won by uplifting.
Please spread the word. That's how we win.
Suppressing their votes. That is a democracy where the American people are in charge, not a select powerful few. Where every voice and every vote matters. It is a promise that is every bit as worth fighting for as it was when heroes like Dr. King, Bayard Rustin, Marsha B. Johnson, and John Lewis, and so many others fought for our right to vote and for dignity, and in several instances took to these steps in the year 1963, and it is an opportunity that we have never been closer to grasping. The Senate, as you know, could bring about this vision tomorrow, couldn't it? But a small handful of senators are standing in our way. These senators cling to the dangerous delusion that 10 Republican senators of good conscience are somehow going to join them in the fight for democracy.
Hey guys, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act passed, but not one Republican voted for it.
Even as we fall further into crisis, these senators have found,
and I'm sure it will
in a White House
be the same in the Senate.
Has failed to call to an end or an end to the pro-filibuster. So I'm here to tell you that power concedes nothing without a demand.
Because of the number of votes that they need for the filibuster.
That's why we're here today. To demand that President Biden call on the Senate to abolish the filibuster and pass the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We know the future that we want for ourselves, for our families, for our country. And we aren't going away until that.
The answer is to vote the ones out that are standing in the way.
God bless America.
That means you can't say it doesn't matter, and it does. For those just tuning in, that's Albie Shore, the singer.
Peace and blessings, kings and queens, once again. Let the church say amen. Amen. All right, all right. I just wanted to share something with you really short. Imagine being this very young man from a place called Money Earning Mount Vernon. With dreams
so cool,
of being
Morehouse.
a nuclear medicine technologist, a musician, or an athlete. And then I find myself in the nation's capital with Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, his First Lady, Mrs. King, the entire National Action Network family, global strategist Ms. Rachel, Dominique, Ashley, the entire NAN family. What an honor it is. Please give them a round of applause for putting this together. I am so honored. You just have no idea. Now to the business. Serving her 6th term representing Alabama's 7th Congressional District. Y'all know about Selma, okay? She is one of the first women elected to Congress from the state of Alabama and is the first black woman to ever serve in the Alabama Congressional Delegation. Responsible, now listen to this, responsible for introducing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, or some people call it H.R. 4, in the Democrats' latest bid to protect the ballot, access, and restore the gutted Voting Rights Act of 1965. Can we get a round of applause for that?
So when the Cobra says reparations now, we mean reparations right now. This generation, those of us alive today, must make this happen. It cannot go to another generation. We must make it happen, and we must make it happen now. Reparations now. Floor. And if you're really fired up, let me hear you say reparations 1, 2, 3. Reparations now. We're in a point in a time in the history of America that we have not been in over 150 years. Right now, we have a bill in both houses of Congress, H.R. 40 and S-40. Right now, in the White House, the president has to deal with this issue of redress. We have not moved this issue this far forward in 150 years. So when the Cobra says reparations now, we mean reparations right now. This generation, those of us alive today, must make this happen. It cannot go to another generation. We must make it happen, and we must make it happen now. Reparations now.
What do we give them?
If we're going to make reparations happen, we're going to have to move the reparations bill, H.R. 40, to the floor for a House vote. Our dynamic leader, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, has moved this bill out of the Judiciary Committee, and we have over 200 congresspersons who have committed to voting on this bill once it comes to the floor, but we have some obstruction. And that obstruction looks like me and some of you. And that obstruction is in the persons of James Clyburn, the majority whip, and Hakeem Jeffries. We have to let them know that no is not an option. There's no option. There's no option. Reparations now. And why do we need reparations? It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. 1, crimes were committed. The crimes of enslavement, the crimes of Jim Crow apartheid, and the crimes of post-Jim Crow, mass incarceration, police terror, and predatory lending. And after these crimes were committed, it resulted in injuries. When we look at all the disparities that exist between blacks and white in America, that is the injurious legacy of those crimes.
What's that Asian dude doing up there?
And if crimes were committed and injuries result, then there must be 3, repair. And that repair must be full repair. H.R. 40 is charged to present a comprehensive reparative package to Congress. So H.R. 40 is necessary for full repair. So when I say reparations, 1, 2, 3, I want to hear you say crimes, injury, repair. Reparations, 1, 2, 3. Reparations, 1, 2, 3. Reparations now.
That's the wrong answer, Bob.
All right, peace, love, and power to all of you. You are the movement advancing our social and human rights. My name is Robin Ruth Simmons, and I am here in solidarity with each of you as we fight for the issues we value, the issues that will keep our families safe and empowered. I am Executive Director of First Repair, where we work on local actions, but today I am here representing NCOBRA,
a 32-year-old grassroots organization that has tirelessly advocated for reparations without ceasing since its inception. I want to thank the past and present members of NCOBRA and all the grassroots leaders and organizations that have done their part, and then we continue to show up. We have marched, we have lobbied, we have taken local action, and it is time now for a legislative next step. Congress, pass H.R. 40. Reparations for people of African descent in America is long overdue.
I'm looking into it.
We have suffered inhumane conditions and suffered from egregious laws against our blackness. We continue to have a wealth stripped away from our lives and our lives taken because of blatant anti-blackness and anti-blackness that is baked into the policy that governs this nation and our cities. H.R. 40 will establish a commission to begin to develop the remedy policies that will start our road to reparatory justice. H.R. 40 was first introduced in Congress in 1989, and since that time, black communities across this nation have continued to live in disparate conditions and in many areas collectively regress to race gaps that predate the victories of the civil rights movement. We cannot wait. We cannot wait for another election, another administration, a single leader. We cannot wait for another issue to come before our liberation. We cannot wait for justice. Dr. King stated, justice long delayed is denied. You cannot say Black Lives Matter and not do everything within your purview to advance the safety and empowerment and liberation for Black lives. We have not seen any relief in police terror or theft or plunder or over-policing or unequal barriers to everything, opportunity and health. I led our city in collaboration with many others, including NCOBRA, in passing the nation's first local reparations action. Our action, however inspiring, is insufficient in the totality of our injuries for the crimes against people of African descent in America. But either way, it's woefully insufficient redress for our people. Let the audacity of our municipal action inspire this Congress to take the next bold step to pass H.R. 40. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee continues to show up for us and do her job. With our support, she has had 193 of her colleagues co-sponsoring H.R. 40 and a Senate companion bill. The issues we are gathered here today are connected to the overdue reparations we are fighting for. We cannot wait. We don't want a piece of freedom. We want the whole package, and that's reparations. Congress needs to lead in urgency, in the urgency of now, and put action in tangible ways behind Dr. King's dream and make good trouble in honor of John Lewis, and most important, reconcile with the Black community in America by way of passing H.R. 40. H.R. 40 now, reparations now.
Good afternoon. My name is David Inoue. I'm the Executive Director for the Japanese American Citizens League, just one of several Japanese American organizations, including the Nikkei for Civil Rights and Redress and Suda for Solidarity, and many individuals that support the passage of H.R. 40 to establish a commission to study and develop proposals to achieve reparations for African Americans. I'm here today to share the experience of nearly 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry, men, women, and children, mostly American citizens who were unjustly imprisoned during World War II.
Oh God, they're still bringing up these internment camps.
And claimed that anyone of Japanese descent was a security threat. A Jap is what they said. It was the same racism and xenophobia that fueled the Muslim ban and continues against immigrants seeking asylum at our southern border. The same that has driven anti-Asian hate during this COVID pandemic. Every person of Japanese ancestry on the West Coast was rounded up and forcibly moved to American concentration camps. They lost their homes, their businesses, and all ties to their communities.
Well, they want reparations for that.
Justice Antonin Scalia, of all people, once stated that the two worst Supreme Court decisions were Korematsu, which upheld the Japanese American mass imprisonment, and Dred Scott, which upheld slavery.
Only if their parents' house got taken.
In the case of Korematsu, the courts overturned that decision, as well as Hirabashi and Yasui, nearly 40 years after the end of the war. A few years later, in 1988, Japanese Americans, with the support of many of the other groups that are here today, achieved what some thought would be impossible. a formal apology from the United States government, passed by the Congress, signed by the President, admitting the mistake of imprisoning Japanese Americans, but also providing redress, monetary reparations of $20,000 for every surviving incarceree.
Oh.
Was it enough? No. But it showed that our country was truly sorry for the pain and suffering that had been inflicted and was willing to make that investment into righting the wrong. Now, going back to Justice Scalia's assessment of the worst court decisions. Now, how many of you thought that we'd be talking about Justice Scalia today? We corrected the Dred Scott decision through the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. But our government has yet to offer a genuine apology with reparations in the same way that it did for Japanese Americans. Just think about why are we here today.
Oh, okay.
Because the right to vote was
Like
never afforded to the
20,000 for every
freed
black
slaves.
person.
And it still remains much too difficult
It's not
and
the
out
same.
of reach for too many Americans. We are here today because we still need to fight for voting rights. Well, what about all the other ways that our
Way more
government has oppressed
people.
black people throughout our history? We need to pass H.R. 1 and H.R. 4, but we also need to pass H.R. 40 to begin down the path towards providing reparations for our country's long history of voter suppression, economic oppression, schools that remain separate and unequal, unjust mass incarceration, and of course, the original sin of slavery.
They
So when
probably
you
are
tell your
racist
member
in
of Congress
Japan.
why we need voting rights, also tell them it's past time that we pass H.R. 40 to educate our country about the need for reparations and propose what those reparations should look like. It's been over 30 years since Congress passed redress for Japanese Americans. What are we waiting for to pass H.R. 40? For many Japanese
What are
Americans,
you waiting for?
redress brought healing for us as a community and as individuals.
Scary movie.
Right now,
Huh?
our country's racial divisions are in desperate need of healing. An H.R. 40 commission can help bring that healing by illuminating why this divide exists and making the necessary investments to eradicate those disparities.
Oh, we're below 10 viewers.
We
I don't have
need
to watch this shit
because
anymore. That's how this works, dude. Y'all get me below 10 viewers, I can cut it all off. I love it because I get tired of watching it. Just like the people that leave and do. Thank you, thank you. Alright, that's sweet. Now go on now. Fuck off. Oh, getting back below it, above it won't matter either. Y'all fucked that up. I know you fucked that up. That training day scene. Or is it, you know what? I think I will have breakfast. No, you fucked that up. I'm reading the paper. Leave me the fuck alone. No, pretty much, you know the scene. No, tell me a story. Tell me a story. You wanna tell me a story? Tell me a story. Please. I'd love to hear it. See, I was reading the paper. But she wanted to be the stories instead. By all means. Japanese hate the Chinese. The Japanese hate the blacks. How many black Chinese people do you know? Huh? How many black Chinese people do you know? The fuck are you talking about? They don't need to hate the Chinese. They hate everybody that's not Japanese. Think about it. They literally don't like any cultures that aren't Japanese. They'll be nice to their face. But on the side, they're like, you stupid motherfucker. You're not Japanese. Stink. Fuck off our island. If they could talk like that, they would. If they still had samurais, I'd be chopping people's heads off that came on their island. They'd be like, you're not fucking Japanese. Ah! Put them in the pit with the sumos. in the pit where there's like a bunch of sumo wrestlers in the pit waiting on them to throw them a new non-Japanese person, and they eat them. Like sumos used to be cannibals. That's how they got so big. Used to eat people, man. You don't know. You wonder why you don't really hear the history of sumo wrestling. They act like it's kind of new. No, it's way old. Nobody really talks about why the fuck they got so fat. They used to be that fat. Did you see the old school sumo wrestlers used to look like The Rock, kind of? What happened? It was like gave up. They're like, man, fuck it, dude. I'm tired of working out. Let's just get fat. That happened at one point, and they just started getting around. All you gotta do is look at the previous sumo wrestlers from like 40, 50 years ago, and they're built. They're stocky. They're athletic looking. They're Olympians. That's what we need. Hey, what, dude? Why the fuck has the sumo wrestler made it to the Olympics yet? I'd love to see American in there. Fucking all countries. You know, we've seen other countries on Twitch on that sumo wrestling channel. And they got skateboarding, but they don't have sumo wrestling. I bet. You know what? I bet Japan's pissed off about that already. A sport that they've been practicing at all this time, and they've like skateboarding in over that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. There are more skateboarders around the world. Japan is 98% Japanese. There you go. So they're probably one of the racist countries on the planet. So now what are we gonna do? I don't know, dude. They're just talking about reparations and stuff out there. Nobody wants to hear it. Hmm. Mm-hmm. No one wants to hear about it, dude. It's, yeah, it's old. Hey, that hurricane's about to hit. If you try to leave tonight, it'll be too late. They're saying in Louisiana. Hurricane Category 4 storm. 32 minutes ago.
Calls may have to wait unless it's posing a threat to life safety. And finally, when the water does start to rain, we say this every time: turn around, don't drown. We have coordinated our technology partners to post some information on Streetwise, which you all know very well. You can see flooded streets there. You can see barricaded streets. You can now see road closures that are closed due to debris. So that information will be available live at streetwise.nola.gov. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's something important.
Clear. Really didn't.
When end.
Again, once we're able to.
You're taking too long, dude. I don't have time for this shit. I got all this caffeine in my system. That. What? Dude, I appreciate it more when like cross-dressers would just hide during the day and use the regular restroom that they were meant to use, and at night they would get all freaky. Now they feel the need just to walk around like that all the time. Why? What happened? Can't they still be ashamed of it a little bit so that they can just shut the fuck up? That'd be sweet. Like what? Like, don't give transgender people special rights. They get the same rights we get. You get to use the restroom or the fucking genitalia you were born with. If you cut your penis off, then you can use the female restroom. Until then, use the men's restroom. You got a fucking penis. Fuck out of here, idiot. I wish they could get slapped in the back of the head for even asking about it. Little, get out of here, you dumbass. Of course you can't go in the women's restroom. You got a penis. What do you think we're just going to change the rules for you? Well, oh shit, they're changing the rules for these people? Well, I guess you're right, asshole. Okay, well, there you go. That's a big ass mallet. That dude right there, did he get that special ordered? Is he like, you know what? Give me a bigger mallet. You know this is Texas? The fuck is this little thing you got me here? Get a bigger one. He's actually got another one on special order right now it's from Europe. Don't tell anybody. And they make mallets bigger out there. That is the biggest mallet I've ever seen anybody have in any kind of court setting. I'm pretty sure that's not even his mallet. He's probably borrowing it. Damn. Hey, why did they have these things? Is it because back in the day they needed a weapon just in case? In case somebody got out of hand, they were they able to whack people with these things back in the day? Hey, I told you. Let's see. Why do judges have mallets? Gavel. Oh, it's a gavel. My bad. Why has that got to be made out of hardwood? They want to make sure that thing doesn't break. In medieval England, the word gavel could refer to rent payment made, cash, okay, I want to see somewhere in here where they say that they used to hit people with this thing. Because they did, dude. They're just leaving it out of history. Look at our wimpy gown. That's what those are? I thought those were, dude, I've seen these on the desk. And I thought that they were hourglasses. I thought they turned them and it counted. They're just going tick, tick, tick. Oh yeah, this is something that's been going on lately. I didn't know it was happening. Anti-sexual assault protest in Lincoln, Nebraska. But we'll see if they meet up tonight. They've been meeting up the past few days. Hey, Taliban. That's a nice vehicle there, buddy. Y'all got some nice rides. Oh, I gotta show you this video I posted in Discord. This dude breaks down all the small arms that we gave them and how it's such an upgrade compared to what they had. Pretty decent video. Damn, wait, they look like they have control of that gate. What was that? Hold on. Dude, wait a second. They've been telling us that Taliban doesn't have control of any of the gates. Maybe there's army in there. It's hard to tell. These guys might be U.S. Army. I wish I could like transport there. What was that? There was a movie where you could just like it'd be somewhere else. It came out like 10, 15 years ago. I do with a suitcase or something. I can't remember now. I can't remember what the heck it was. But just to be there for like 30 minutes, just to chill and take it in and watch the planes go off and whatever, like hear the sounds of the city. But know that you could just go. Otherwise, no. Alright, so let me see. It was this right here. Oh man, somebody left a Discord. That's always a bummer when I see that this pop. That somebody left. Y'all can't see this channel, only me. Look at this. Look at all the people that have left. McGreeny? I'm a fucking greenie? Really? See, man? Whatever, dude. What? Why? Wait a second. McGreeny, I didn't do shit. He must be like, oh my god. He thinks I'm racist. Whatever. I don't care. Oh, maybe it was the transgender comment. I definitely don't care. Okay, so there's this, which is cool.
Look at all the destroyed gear.
Fuck you if you're a tranny lover, dude. I don't care. Wait till you get catfished by one. I guarantee it'll change your mind unless you're a fucking fag.
So this area is known as Circuit City. It's where a lot of the networking,
reverse thrusters,
nipper, sipper, dirty net stuff happened. It's right outside the main headquarters for the ISAF mission, or RS mission at this point.
I might get. Oh shit! I forgot. Storyful bought this. Oh, they probably already got me. Fuck it. Let's play it. Yeah, I forgot Storyful bought that one, but whatever. Where does it go? We're already in on it now. They're 53 seconds. That got me.
Which way do I go to get out of here?
Storyful always good on getting them copyrights. Infringement.
This is the main spot here.
But I thought this was a really cool video, man, because this was a few days ago, and this is...
It's where all the battle planning was being done.
This is the NATO building.
For the mission here. Over there we had a Thai restaurant, barbers, and gift shops and stuff. It looks like that fire right there was the radar for the C-RAM. And it looks like they have set that on fire.
See, and I'm not, the way he's talking right there, I feel like they were actually decommissioning the equipment there. Thankfully, they did. It does seem like they did decommission some stuff, like that computer equipment was decommissioned. That radar system looks like it was being done. Because I think this is before they got there, before Taliban got there. Yeah, see, device destroyed outside the event as Taliban enter, so they're just now getting there. It's very unlikely that Taliban destroyed that, right? Because they'd want to keep it for having later.
People destroying hard drives down there at the end. The American flag here is the last one. Every flagpole here used to have a different flag of a different nation. Part of the NATO group that was here supporting the efforts in Afghanistan.
You hear that gunfire just
the
then?
American flag is the only...
Was that gunfire? Or was that it?
Flagpole here used to be... The American flag here is the last one. Every flagpole here used to have a different flag of a different nation. Part of the NATO group that was here supporting the efforts in Afghanistan. You see, the American flag is the only one left. And that's only going to be there for a few more hours. We had this nice little rose garden here. COVID closed it down, a lot of it. But it's in its heyday. It was a great little place to hang out and meet up. Now it is gone. That's that for now.
Bride and bite and booty boo. What you talking about?
For the surge response capacity
We can, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Hurricane Ida prep.
Let me begin by thanking you all, every one of you.
Oh shit.
For the incredible work you're doing. You know, and I want to thank you for joining me on this call today. And I know so many of you have been working flat out nights and weekends for a long time now. Hurricane Ida is coming fast on the heels of a tragic flooding in Tennessee, Tropical Storm Henri, and you've all been part of the COVID-19 response for so many months now. You've been overwhelmed, but you don't show it. You've been incredible. Thank you.
Why is FEMA? Oh.
You know, Ida's turning into a very, very dangerous storm. I need not tell you.
They're gonna put us in the
Just got another
camps.
briefing from the Hurricane Center, and as you know, it's now heading straight for right toward Louisiana. This weekend is the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and it's a stark reminder
this weekend?
that we have to do everything we can to prepare the people in the region and make sure we're ready to respond. Administrator Criswell, Yuva, and I have spoken extensively about this. We were together yesterday, and we spoke to the governors of Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi to ask what they need from us before the storm arrived. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana to make sure we're ready for the surge response capability to deal with whatever comes their way, our way, but it's their way. You know, we've deployed 500 FEMA emergency response personnel in Texas and Louisiana, in addition to 2,000 FEMA personnel already supporting our COVID response in the region. And we pre-positioned food, water, generators, and other supplies in the area. Power restoration and mobile communication support teams are also en route. We've also closely coordinated with the electric utilities to restore power as soon as possible and to support your response and recovery efforts. And above all, I'm urging the people of the area to pay attention and be prepared. I want to say it again, pay attention and be prepared. Have supplies for your household on hand. Follow the guidance from local authorities. And if you have to move to shelter, make sure you wear a mask and try to keep some distance because we're still facing a highly contagious Delta variant as well. Administrator Criswell, I'm going to turn this over to you in a moment here to give an update on the latest steps we're taking. And I want you to know what more I need to know everything you think we need to be able to do. If we haven't gotten the authority for it, tell me now. We'll get it done. It's like, most importantly, I just want to say to all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everything you're doing to prepare for this dangerous storm is going to mitigate the impact of potential natural disasters results that are going to be visited on so many people in the region. The work you're doing is vital, and you all know it. So, Administrator Criswell, let's you and I have a conversation. Tell me what you need and what's going on.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. As you probably heard from Director Graham, we are beginning to see the rapid intensification of this storm. What we're doing here in the NRCC, and when I'd like to welcome you to the NRCC, this is the heartbeat of your federal family that has come together to support the people of Louisiana, Mississippi. Remember? I know.
Last time.
And now you see it full and active.
I can see it. You guys are the best.
They are. So we're preparing, Mr. President, for truly catastrophic wind damage.
I think the winds might have already started. Catastrophic as fuck. Oh my god. Man down. What the hell? Literally all of them went down, dude. Right then. And I got it of Eden, baby. $10,000 the first person gives me the song or the band name. Let's hear what they have to say, Chuck. Hashish, you got it. 10,000 dough. Everybody else is sleeping. Shawish. My dad used to listen to that. I think he had that album. Dude, Dunkin' Donuts coffee's not bad. It's different. Yeah, I think that drone strike actually happened. There's no video of it. They don't want to give us any names of who they hit. I don't know, man. Seems kind of suspect. Oh, there was that other one I wanted to show.
Pretty poorly executed. Hey guys, welcome back. So today we're going to talk about some military upgrades that our enemies in Afghanistan just recently acquired thanks to a pretty poorly executed withdrawal from that country. I know people on both sides of the political aisle, or even independents across the spectrum, let's say, of politics are quite upset at how things went down. I know I'm upset, all my friends are upset, because not only was that operation botched, but we left the Taliban in possession of some very sophisticated weapon systems. And in today's video, we're going to talk about some of the small arms that the Taliban went from using, like this AK-47 here, which is a Hungarian milled receiver AK-47. This would be representative of some types of the weapons you would find in the hands of the Taliban when we arrived in Afghanistan. And then we're going to show you some of the weapons that we've upgraded them to for 2021. But before we get started with today's video, guys, if you enjoy the content that we produce here at the Military Arms channel, please ban them out. They help support us here. You can imagine. Very good. Mujahideen.
Buy a gun.
The Soviets got into a war in Afghanistan right around 1979. The Mujahideen, which was the primary militant force, there were other groups, but primarily the Mujahideen over there when that war kicked off, would have been using older, antiquated weapons when they started fighting against the Soviets. They would have had primarily World War II era weapons. They would have had some modern Chinese AKs and things like that, but you would have seen a lot of Enfield rifles, Lebel rifles, Martini and Henry rifles, even Mosin Nagants, all sorts of type of World War type weapons, World War II type weapons, I should say, were in common use. But as that 10-year war, ground on, the Soviet weapons became very popular in the hands of the Mujahideen and later the Taliban because they had access to them. Now, a lot of people would say that rifles like this, old worn AK that I have here are superior to the M16. It's just not a true statement. Many of the weapons that the Afghans and primarily the Taliban were fighting against the weapons that they have are really old, antiquated. A lot of the AKs are probably smoothbores by now. They have had those weapons for a very long time. After the end of the Soviet war there, they had their own little wars internally against other warlords fighting each other, so those weapons were used. And so by the time America got there, their small arms were pretty well used and in pretty sad state of disrepair. But the Afghans, once that war kicked off with the Soviets, had military assistance from multiple different countries. So the United States started kicking in money, kicking in weapons. Probably the most notable, of course, would be the Stinger missile system. But the Chinese were pumping in AKs, and then, of course, they were capturing tons of Soviet equipment, armor, vehicles, even aircraft, and, of course, small arms. So we went from, when we got over there, fighters using things like this, to the Taliban getting a free upgrade from a botched military withdrawal from the Afghanistan war. We left them with modern, updated weapons. So now the Taliban has gotten out of the 1950s and 60s, and now they're in the 21st century with small arms, thanks to Uncle Sam. Now, this is something, of course, that has angered people across the political spectrum. This is not a political video. This isn't Democrat versus Republican. People on both sides of the aisle and the independents are very upset at how this went down, how the war finally ended. And you have BBC over there talking about, all these U.S. weapons, some of them brand new in the crate that was just simply left behind for the Taliban. And more of the news footage, you're going to see Taliban fighters holding weapons like this, which was the primary weapon system for much of the war by the U.S. Army. This is a Colt M4. So the M4 rifle system like this is definitely an upgrade to a 40-year-old AK or AKM. The Afghans before that didn't have easy access to modern optics, night vision, ACOGs, like this EOTech, stuff like that. That's a big improvement in terms of, if you have stuff like this, the hit probability goes way up, which is why the United States military uses it. Trading an AK for something set up like this is a big upgrade. And so that's really unfortunate. This weapon is still in common use by the U.S. military, and what I think a lot of us find particularly disturbing about the withdrawal and how it went down, the fact that these are now in the hands of the enemy, is that if we ever have to go back into Afghanistan, we very well might find ourselves facing an armed group using U.S. weapons against U.S. forces. Everything from helicopters, MRAPs, up-armored Humvees, to M4 rifles like this. So let's take a look at another upgrade that the Taliban got, thanks to the botched withdrawal, because there are some other ones, and this is not a comprehensive list. This is just an example of some of the small arms that the Taliban got an upgrade to. Throughout much of the war in Afghanistan that we were involved in, the United States Marine Corps used a rifle that looked much like this. Later in the war, towards the end of the war, there would have been a switch to M4 rifles, and then we saw the IAR or the M27 come online as well. But this would have been the primary fighting rifle of 0311s, which are infantrymen in the United States Marine Corps. Again, this one has its 20-inch barrel. You'll notice it has a PEC on the side of it with a pressure switch on a CAC vertical forend grip. Lots of real estate here on the CAC rail. And of course, you have a Trijicon optic on it. This weapon is vastly superior to an iron sight smoothbore AK that's 50 years old and well worn. Not only did they get modern weapon systems like this, and with modern electronics like this, they also got the nods to go with the IR lasers. So again, we just gave the Taliban a huge boost in technology simply by leaving weapons like this behind in droves. This is a very accurate weapon. The Marines used it to great effect. It's just a little bit too long for CQB, which is why they ultimately went with a shorter weapon, I believe. But this is a very, very lethal upgrade that the Taliban got, thanks to Uncle Sam. Let's go from mild to wild. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the US M9 service pistol, but we would have left a bunch of these behind as well. The Soviets would have left behind a lot of Makarovs, Tokarevs, things like that they would have used or would have been given to them as foreign aid. And now they get an upgrade to the M9 service pistol, which obviously we've moved away from, but we would also leave them with M17s and M18s, I would imagine, as well. But throughout most of the war, this is the handgun that served U.S. forces. And this handgun, in my opinion, is just a better handgun than what they would have had access to left over from the Soviet Union. Love Makarovs, I think they're amazing guns, but this is a more modern fighting handgun, and certainly the M17, M18 goes even further with its polymer frame and things like that. So this is a pretty mild upgrade that they got, but still could be used against innocent civilians over there, but also U.S. forces should we find ourselves back over in that hellhole. So let's get a little bit more wild. This is the M249 SAW. Yes, this is a Cold War era weapon, but it's still a very modern belt-fed light machine gun chambered in 5.56. We would have left a lot of these behind. I've seen plenty of Taliban fighters running around with saws, and of course PKMs are still fairly popular over there. It's a darn good machine gun, but you're also starting to see more and more Taliban showing up with things like the 240, 240 Bravo, 240 Lima, and guns like the SAW here. The irony in this, we left weapons like this behind in Afghanistan for the Taliban to use, but if you owned a full auto version of this, your own government would come, kick your door in, maybe shoot your dog just to get it away from you and put you in prison for 10 years. But we had no problem leaving thousands of these behind for the Taliban to use to basically exploit their own people and to, you know, do evil things to other human beings. So that's rather upsetting. The M249, again, would have been available with a number of different optics. It's a belt-fed weapon, which can also use magazines, quick change barrel. It has a lot of features that, you know, a modern military would want. So this is definitely an upgrade, in my opinion, the light machine gun to RPDs that they would have used, which was never really a very good light machine gun, and other guns. They even use DPMs over there. I've seen Afghanis run around with DPMs. This is definitely an upgrade. The PKM, it's a darn good machine gun. Obviously, they're still using it, but I don't like the fact that they have saws. Another weapon system I've seen in the hands of Taliban fighters is the SCAR-17. The SCAR is probably one of the most modern small arms that we've left behind over in Afghanistan. This weapon makes extensive use of polymers, lightweight aluminum extruded receivers, a pencil weight barrel that is capable of sub-minute accuracy with ammunition it likes. So it's not only a very effective, you know, main battle rifle for an infantry soldier, but it's also capable of being used as a DMR or even a sniper rifle. This thing's much more accurate than the junky old PSLs you see them toting around out there. This thing is very, very capable. And seeing this in the hands of our enemies is really something, again, that grinds a lot of Americans' gears, mine included. So this is another example of extremely modern tech that Uncle Sam left behind that might wind up being used against our own forces or our allies at some point. So in the end, the whole point, obviously, about this video is some of the stuff that we left behind, but this is a very small fraction of some of the, you know, more advanced technology that we left in the hands of our enemies. They have our mortar systems, they have our drone systems, they have Connex containers full of ammunition, they have M110 sniper weapons, they have M24s we've seen being used by Taliban soldiers. We've left them with everything from incredibly capable aircraft, incredibly capable armored vehicles, to incredibly updated and capable small arms, which we've shown you a few of in today's video. And so that's truly unfortunate. I think that whole withdrawal will go down in history as one of the biggest military boondoggles. It certainly seems to have, you know, wound up being worse than the withdrawal from Vietnam and seeing helicopters lifting people off the roof of the embassy during the end of the Vietnam War. I think this is even worse what we saw coming out of Kabul. Guys, if you'd like to support us here at the Military Arms Channel, the best way to do that is to become part of our Patreon family. You'll get early access to videos like this, direct access.
That's 4K nowhere, it's so crisp. It's upsetting, man. They could have somehow decommissioned that stuff, but they didn't want to. I wanted them to have it. Oh, this is pretty crazy. If you haven't seen this, I'm just gonna get copyrighted everywhere today. Fuck it. This is the first Medal of Honor ever recorded. Get out of here, Hurricane. I saw this yesterday.
Chapman, a U.S. Air Force Combat Controller,
and they were talking about making a movie about this dude too. I read afterwards.
And the SEALs are attempting to rescue their lost teammate.
Afghanistan.
You'll watch Chapman's heroic actions as he saves the lives of
the
his
reason
entire...
why I want to play this is because, as you can see, this is Afghanistan in 2002. We just left these people with all these weapons
You'll watch Chapman's heroic actions as he saves the lives of his entire SEAL team and then another 18 members of a quick reaction force, earning America's highest award, the Medal of Honor. Chapman and the SEALs exfil their MH-47 helicopter. John is the second individual to exit and immediately moves in the direction of the summit. He can be seen moving off to the right of the screen, alone. The team is taking heavy fire from every direction, as indicated by the arrows, as Chapman begins engaging targets. You can see spent cartridges ejecting from his M4. Chapman then begins closing with the enemy, forcing his way upslope in knee and thigh-deep snow. He is constantly under fire as he does this. Chapman's team leader begins to close on Chapman, following his trail through the snow. The dark mass above Chapman is a fortified bunker containing 2 enemy fighters, each armed with AK-47s, who are firing down on the team in the darkness. This bunker will come to be known as Bunker Number 1.
No problem, Luke. Thanks for joining us.
To the left of the tree and Bunker 1 is another gray mass. This is a rock outcropping that came to be called the Boulder. Between Bunker 1 and this boulder can be seen the body of slain SEAL Neil Roberts, the man Chapman and the others are attempting to recover. Chapman, still alone and closest to the enemy, pauses to engage targets as his team leader follows him, but never actually catches up with him. Chapman, on his own, now makes the decision to charge directly into the enemy bunker, despite withering point-blank fire. Chapman, now literally on top of the enemy, engages the 2 combatants and kills them, saving the lives of the remaining SEALs. He does this from a distance of no more than 10 feet. These actions, by themselves, earned him his first Medal of Honor. He then climbs into and takes control of the bunker. Having cleared the immediate threat, Chapman is then joined by his team leader in Bunker 1. You can then see Chapman and his team leader engaging the next bunker, known as Bunker 2, which is situated to the left edge of the screen. This bunker, manned by a handful of Chechen and Uzbek fighters, also contains a heavy PKM machine gun, hand grenades, and rocket-propelled grenades. John Chapman is shot twice at this time in the torso and collapses, incapacitated. You are now looking at a new angle, and at the left of the screen can be seen the 2-man fire team and team leader on top of the boulder. Just below it is Bunker 1 with the mortally wounded Chapman. One SEAL can be seen firing his modified M60 machine gun from the hip into Bunker 2 on the right side of the screen until he is struck by grenade shrapnel and tumbles 10 feet off the top of the boulder, collapsing at the feet of his team leader, thus setting off a chain of events that would lead to the SEALs abandoning Chapman on the summit. The wounded SEAL and the team leader can be seen conferring about his injuries. Moments later, the SEALs decide to retreat from the summit because their position is untenable in the face of continued massive enemy firepower. They can be seen moving toward the right side of the screen and passing the body of Neil Roberts. Unfortunately, the SEALs do not pass John Chapman, who is above them and inside Bunker 1. This angle shows 3 SEALs in a triangle. The larger black heat signature is a smoke grenade. Just to its left is a donkey and dead Al-Qaeda fighter killed by Chapman. The steepness of the mountain can be seen as the SEALs begin to slide down the near sheer face. The team leader, desperate for relief and now with 2 wounded teammates, asks for uncontrolled airstrikes from an orbiting Air Force AC-130 gunship. The impacts you see are from 105mm howitzer rounds being fired onto the ridgetop in order to save the remaining SEALs. Because neither the SEALs nor gunship know Chapman is alive, he is experiencing these detonations from his position. At approximately 5:20 in the morning, Chapman recovers and begins to engage the enemy. Bunker 1 is on the right side center of the screen and Bunker 2 to the left near the screen center. It will never be known what caused his incapacitation and recovery. Of the 2 rounds that originally wounded him, at least one was mortal, and at this time he is experiencing severe blood loss and shock. Despite that, he begins his one-man stand against 24 enemy combatants. During this time, Chapman initiates a series of radio calls, many of which are heard by a fellow combat controller and teammate of his and Delta Force operators on a nearby summit. Despite this combat controller's replies, Chapman never acknowledges whether because of damage to his equipment or himself will never be known. This new angle and footage shows Chapman at the top, identified by the green dot under the tree at Bunker 1. The lower center of the screen shows the first enemy fighter who is about to charge Chapman in the hopes of killing the American. The timestamp at the bottom shows it is now 6:05 in the morning and fully light. He's been fighting alone now for 40+ minutes and has received more gunshot and shrapnel wounds as a result of the fierce combat. This scene shows the second of several enemy charges. In this stunning display of determination and courage, Chapman can be seen fighting hand-to-hand with the fighter. In the larger screen display can be seen additional enemy moving on to the summit. But right now, John Chapman is fighting for his life. 6 minutes later, in this new shot, Chapman can hear another helicopter approaching the summit. He is in the bottom center of the screen underneath the tree and can be seen in the magnified inset box as he begins his desperate final stand to save the lives of the 18 men on the helicopter. The red dots are enemy fighters. John begins engaging the enemy in multiple directions and is rapidly approaching the last of his ammunition. The helicopter contains a quick reaction force comprised of Rangers, pararescuemen, and another combat controller. It is now 6:13 and the helicopter is short final. The enemy is desperately trying to displace Chapman so they can put heavy weapons or rocket-propelled grenades in Bunker 1 while simultaneously engaging the helicopter. With the choice to save his life or the lives of his unknown comrades, Chapman makes the decision to climb out of the bunker and begin firing in multiple directions as can be seen in the inset. Suffering from as many as a dozen wounds, Chapman is in fact already in the process of dying. As he fights, the helicopter is struck by a rocket-propelled grenade and makes a remarkable controlled crash just below Chapman and the summit. Chapman, now off-screen, continues to cover his comrades as they pour out of the stricken helicopter. Some of them are fatally shot as they exit. These images, with Chapman fighting the enemy at close quarter, are the last to show him alive and in this heroic act, thus qualifying for his second Medal of Honor. Ultimately, Chapman would expend all but the last few rounds of his ammunition, until, finally, after 16 bullet and shrapnel wounds, Chapman succumbs when he is shot through the heart. We will never know his final thoughts or words, but what we do know is his decisions and actions single-handedly saved the lives of 23 comrades. For more information about John Chapman's amazing story and the details about this mission, visit danschillingbooks.com or your favorite book retailer to obtain a copy of the chronicle of his life, Alone at Dawn.
So we just gave those people a bunch of weapons after, like, we've done all these special missions, lost people that are some of the best. Like that dude to make it through SEALs training, you know what I mean, is one thing, but to be like the cream of the crop like that of the SEALs team that's gonna like do all that, like those are the type of people we've lost. And like, here's some weapons. Like, those people are rolling over their fucking graves, dude. Their family members have to be just livid about the fact that we just did that. What's the point? What was the point of all of it then? What did everyone die for? So that we could get one dude, Bin Laden? The fuck cares? So we could get one fucking guy? Really? Like, someone didn't just fill his shoes right after he died. It's pretty fucked up. They can't, man, they could have not given them all the guns and stuff. That's all. and the helicopters and planes and dude. And these people, like, what is this dumb shit?
Black boy, but that's a way to express, not because of like black boy, you know?
No, for what? What you say? He said. No, she said, "Is the little black boy mad?" She asked someone else, "Is the little black boy mad?"
Yeah, but that was because she doesn't speak English. That's the way. It's like me when I talk to him, you know, and they tell us, "Is he black?" We say, "Yeah, he's black," or "He's Hispanic." You know.
No, that's a question being asked if he's black.
You know,
but if I wouldn't refer to you as a Mexican woman. I would refer to you as a woman.
I knew it was going to piss me off. I could tell already it was going to piss me off, dude. I mean, we got service members dying in Afghanistan. We got our country being overwhelmed with Mexican immigrants and Afghanistani immigrants. They're just flooding our country. Like, come on in. And this stupid motherfucker behind the camera thinks that he can tell people how to talk. No, don't say that before that. I wouldn't do that, so you shouldn't do that. Nobody should ever do that. You should never say the color. It makes it easier, dude. If I got a group of people in the corner and I want your attention to be on a certain person that is white or isn't white, I'm gonna say the fucking color of the person, so you know who I'm talking about. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to like explain like what they're wearing or some shit. It's just easier, you know. The white dude, the black dude, the Mexican dude. I won't have to say the guy in the purple shirt. That's way more like y'all making shit difficult just because you're bitches.
I would say the woman that works at Popeyes.
See. Instead of saying the Mexican woman, I would say the woman that works at Popeyes. That's 7 syllables. The Mexican woman. Okay, that's still that one's close. But still, it seems like you're over like complexing things just because you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. He called me white. Like, we don't care about it. Why do you care if we call you black? What do you want us to call you? Brown? What color do you want to be? You're a color, okay? We're a color. You can call me pink if you want. I don't fucking care. I'm a pink dude.
I wouldn't say the little what's disrespectful to y'all?
I understand and I get your point, I swear I do, but she didn't mean it like that. This lady, I know her, she's in the kitchen and everything. She's not my favorite person in the store, I tell you. But in this case, I understand where she's coming from because she has
we don't though.
Yes, I understand, and I already talked to her.
And the only way she'll know is if we let her know that that's wrong to do that. So if you don't,
I did talk to her already when he left.
No, I need her to come apologize for that because that's disrespectful.
Have her come over here. She's cooking. He knows.
I always want the reparations,
can you
man.
call her husband in, and can I get her husband to apologize? I'll talk to him.
What?
I can't talk to her.
Don't work in Popeyes involved. I'm sorry.
Man, that's wrong, man.
This dude was a fighter husband.
Call him
No.
No, if I say little white boy, I might as well.
I understand, like I said.
No, I'm saying you might as well call a black person. You call him a little black boy, or if you said little black man, you might as well call him. That's the same thing.
I told my wife exactly what to do to get to a higher.
No, but I'm saying, no, what I'm saying to you, no, I want you to understand, that's the same thing.
Yes, sir, and I swear I do.
So if you agree that that's the same thing, why can't you get her to come apologize for being disrespectful?
First of all, she's refusing, and I cannot force her.
Oh, okay, she refused. Okay, that's cool.
Second of all, I really have her busy in the kitchen because we're short-staffed, and I even asked him to stay to work, and he knows it's true.
I love that it's Popeyes.
No, he's not fit to stay to work if y'all call him a little black boy.
When I came here, I didn't know all that happened. He knows I didn't know. Because I entered my shift at night, I didn't know.
He wouldn't have known if someone wouldn't have told him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I didn't know all this happened when I offered him to stay. That's what I'm saying.
But it didn't even matter because now if he would have told you then, you still would have gave him the same response you're giving me. Like, oh, I know her. It's cool. She don't mean nothing. I told her
that she has to stay, her mouth quiet in the kitchen, and he has to stay here if he was to stay. And right now, there's nothing at this point that I can do on my side. I told your wife.
That's her right there.
If she has to take legal matters, I already told your wife what to do. But right now, I really am sorry. If she cannot come out or she doesn't want to, I cannot force her.
Dude, even the black people aren't on it. Like this black woman right here says, Dad is reaching a bit on this one. It was a description, just like we all have to give on 911 call, not the N word. Black is not a bad word, neither is white or Asian. Maybe it's better to address the reason she was fired and her hands on the cups. And this other black person is like, right? I'm lost with this one. Calling someone black, Hispanic, or white is a description to me. So good. Thankfully, they're black people that are like, what? This dude's a little fucking stupid. We don't claim him. We don't claim him.
Myself, and I hope you understand my position. I cannot, drag her to come out here. I apologize sincerely for her what she did. And like I said, if it's human resources that has to kick in because of him getting rehired and all this.
Nah, man, he'll never come. Man, he will never come back here. He will never
right.
come back here. I would never step. I would never step back in this store.
The positive way.
No, that's not the positive way, man. The positive way would have been, hey, for you to know that that's wrong. The positive way would have been, look, Maria, I know you cooking this food. We putting this food on hold. You need to come, or you need to tell her to go home. If he called, if he said something very disrespectful to you, they would make him go home now.
She's my only cook right now. I cannot send her home.
So he's your only what right now?
She's my only cook.
No, him. The other black man right there. He's your only what?
Right now, he's my preparer.
So if he did something, if he said something very disrespectful to you.
I know how to do what he's doing.
Oh, so you can get him out of here and you can do what he's doing, so it's okay. But as long as they're here and can't nobody cover their position, they can do whatever they want to. So she come back out here right now. No, listen, she could come out here right now and call me a nigger and go back into the kitchen.
Listen to me, please.
Hey, black man. Hey, I own a trucking company, man. If you need a job, as long as you got a driver license, holler at me, man. Man, don't put up with this, man. If you'd have called them out their name any kind of way, you would be gone, bro. But only because she's the only cook here, she can be disrespectful, and she can stay the rest of the day and get paid.
What's her name? Ask your son. In front of him, I told your wife what to do personally.
No, personally, she needs to just come apologize and it would have been it.
All right. Let me see what's some Popeyes. Oh, I was wondering about that. I was wondering, dude. Wow. So she was unvaccinated. Because it said that he went to rehab when she went to intensive care, but the story yesterday I read didn't say whether or not she was vaccinated. That's interesting that she wasn't and he was, and she's got to go to the ICU. Roasted turkey? That sounds good too. You prefer that over chicken? What about Costco rotisserie? Oh, they're still talking out here, dude. Look at this shit. Oh, it's just
outrage.
Oh, she's crying.
We know that we're going to women and girls should have the same access to health care and reproductive rights. Violence against women should be treated as a public safety and public health crisis that's impacting schools, the workplace, and our institutions.
All over the place
and
today.
Women are tired of waiting for economic justice. Incidents such as Charlottesville or the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Atriana Jefferson do not happen in isolation. They are the culmination of a long history of policies, practices, and cultural values that continue to uphold white supremacy. People of color lose their lives and sacrifice their dignity every day as a result of this toxic system. Today, we are here to dismantle this poisonous, racist, misogynist system by making good trouble in the streets, in the halls of Congress, in the states, and in our communities. Our optimism and hope may be tested, but it will not fail. Make good trouble, everyone, and thank you.
Bear Edward. Let's hear it for the National Organization for Women again. All right, we're gonna break this up a little bit. I know everybody's hot, and we got a lot more speakers. We want to ask everyone to be patient. Let's try to settle this vibe, deal with the heat. Ladies and gentlemen, renowned gospel artist, J.J. Hairston.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Honored to be here today. I know every movement is powerful, but every movement also has a song, because we need to remember to open our mouths and not only say what we believe, but sing what we believe.
We're taking it to the street. Taking it to the van. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't want to hear your song. Shut up. Get out of my face. Did y'all hear about this? Ain't nobody talking about this. Israel trials with already approved drug give outstanding results in severe COVID cases. Y'all hear about that? It has to do with targeting the fat cells inside of the lungs. That's what COVID does. You know that? Says the virus prevents the routine burning of carbohydrates in the lungs, causing fat to accumulate. That led them to screen drugs that could potentially block the virus, not by targeting the virus itself, but by going after fat accumulation. That search led them to the lipid-lowering drug Tricor as an effective antiviral, showing it both reduced lung cell damage by helping the cells burn fat, and suddenly the virus production stopped. During the first trial, patients who were taking the drugs to speed up the breakdown of fats were recovering from COVID-caused lung infections. During the first trial, patients... Simon, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ, it's hard to concentrate while you're yawning constantly. During the first trial, patients who were taking the drug to speed up the breakdown of the fats were recovering from the COVID-caused lung infections in a matter... Dude, what the fuck kind of dumb sentence is that? During the first trial, patients who were taking the drugs to speed up the breakdown of the fats were recovering from the COVID-caused lung infections in a matter of days. Okay, I don't know, I got it there, but Jesus, it's like it's something wrong with that sentence, dude. The evidence even showed that there was zero mortality among these patients. Now the Hebrew University team is reporting promising results of an investigator-initiated intervention open-label clinical study led by Nahamias and coordinated by the Professor Shlomo Mayan, head of the Infectious Disease Unity at Israel's Brazilia Medical Center, with the support of fucking run-on sentence bullshit. Who gives a fuck? 15 COVID-19 patients hospitalized in severe condition with pneumonia and requiring oxygen were treated with Tricor for 10 days. The results were astounding. Progressive inflammation markers that are the hallmark of deteriorative COVID-19 dropped within 48 hours of treatment. Moreover, 14 of the 15 severe patients didn't require oxygen support within a week of treatment, while historical records... Dude, you're getting... Whoever you are, I'm banning you, dude. Whoever you are, I'm banning you. Let's see who you are. Let's see who the fuck you are. Let's see who the fuck you are. Bye, Mark. Bye, fucking Mark. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking reading a news article here, you stupid shits. Fuck off. Have a nice life. Thanks for the chocolate. Where was I? Okay. Moreover, 14 of the 15 survey patients didn't require oxygen support within a week of the treatment, while historical records show that the vast majority of severe patients treated within the standard of care require lengthy respiratory support. So, yeah, normally they would have needed lengthy respiratory support. Naimi has stressed that there are no silver bullets, but he said the medication is so much safer than other proposed drugs that its mechanism of action makes it less likely to be variant specific, which means that it can be used for all of the COVID-19 strains. According to Mayan, all the patients were discharged in less than a week after the treatment began and continued the 10-day treatment at home without any drug-related adverse events. Further, fewer patients reported COVID-19 side effects during their 4-week follow-up appointment. The investigators stressed that more studies needed to be conducted, and they are actively recruiting patients for 2 phase 3 studies already being conducted in South America and the USA. So why isn't this huge news? That we have medications that are coming out that can significantly lower the chances of COVID-19 being a morbid disease. Why isn't this mainstream media news? No, they're just telling us about all the people that are dying instead. Everybody's dying. Everybody's dying. Bullshit. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit with all the beds being filled, ICU beds. Bullshit. And fuck you, Mark Bass. I gotta piss. Fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, I don't know. Why do they want everybody to get the vaccination? That's why I don't understand. Is it because pharmaceutical companies make so much money off of it? And they're paying, I don't know, dude. It's weird, dude, because it seemed like every time I went to the hospital, they always wanted me to get the stupid fucking flu shot, too. Before this came out, it seemed like every year they were like, are you sure? Are you sure? As if, like, I was, like, on the like I don't know, like it's gonna do something good for me. I'm sure. If I don't get sick, why would I not be sure? Poison inside of me, dude. I just want a little bit of a virus. No, I don't. I don't want a little bit of whatever the hell there is that they're squirting in people. I don't want it. Not if I don't have to get it. Not if they're coming out with ways to help us without getting that. You know, there's a school that's segregating people. They're segregating kids. I'll put that in here too. Parents say Edmond students are being segregated, whether or not they're vaccinated or unvaccinated. Oklahoma. Just get the vaccine, it's no longer an issue. Yeah, that's not true though, because you have to keep getting the vax over and over and over. This drug that they've come out with here, it works for all COVID, all COVID-19, all variants, because it works at what COVID does and not what COVID is. It works with the main way that COVID works. It counteracts that, rather than trying to beat the COVID itself. It keeps it from being able to multiply because it kills its ability to progress, its ability to thrive. Alright, tell us about that. They'd rather be ashamed that we haven't gotten the shot. Shame us into starting to get the shot. So the way, just stop trying to figure out how to, we don't have to get the shot, because there are going to be people that are always going to be trying to figure out, like scientists that don't want to have to get that shot, dude. There's definitely scientists out there that don't think we should do that. They're trying to figure out ways to not around it, and I appreciate them for it. They want the people to get the vaccine, take the love. I don't think that and killing. Yeah, I don't think the hospitals are overwhelmed, Bill. I think that's bullshit. Because there are medications that they could be giving people that would cause there not to be a strain on the hospitals. Why aren't they giving the why isn't stuff like this being pushed super fast? Like the vaccines were. Why isn't this in every hospital that we have? Why aren't they trying this everywhere, like they did the stupid fucking vaccines? It's an already approved drug. It's already approved to use in human beings. It's not going to hurt us. Fuck all that shit with the boosters and all that shit. Like they want us to do boosters every 8 months, you know, now with this thing. Like, what? You telling me you want us to get shots more than once a year now? Every 8 months? So you just went from once a year flu shot to once every 8 month flu shot? No. You know something else I don't like about Mark? He's not in the Discord. Maybe kind of want to ban him already. You know how that goes. If you're on a Discord, you're in, and you say some dumb shit and you piss me off, and you're not in the Discord, you're probably gonna get banned. It's my way of making you join the fucking Discord, dummy. It's the only way you're gonna get unbanned. And if you don't want to do that, then fuck off. Can you join? No, you can't join. Everyone else can join but you.
And we're going to break in for just a moment there. That was the Pentagon press briefing from earlier today, but we have some breaking news to report. We've been reporting it in the past couple of minutes here, but we are learning right now, according to defense officials, that a U.S. drone strike has killed an ISIS-K
I thought this was
planner
new
in
news, you
Afghanistan.
shit.
I want to bring up a tweet from Fox News correspondent.
I thought I was gonna get a break for a second. I know I have to search for another 2-minute video. Whoa, look at that. They got a bunch of Taliban flags just chilling out there for you to pick up, and it's just like Antifa. What? People are buying them? Selling Taliban merch right outside former US Embassy. They're selling Taliban merch, dude. What? I think it's your Taliban flag. Bro. I'm good. Whoa. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan border earlier today. It was August 26th, so 2 days ago. Jeez. Oh, wow, the sound. What was it? Reports I'm seeing again, some shells inside the warehouse are still detonating, making efforts to calm the fire more difficult. And geez, how come? I'm surprised I didn't make like world news. Alright, I need. What? As many as 1.5 million nationwide have vanished from the school system. I doubt they're being homeschooled, dude. We're just gonna have a nation. It's our IQ is already 98. Kids are just gonna start getting dumber and dumber, dude. Do parents have to send their kids to school now because of Corona? It's wild, man. Whoa, that's wild looking. Hurricane evacuation routes. That is crazy looking, dude. They're like, get all the way up here. Get the hell out of the state. Jeez. And this guy had an arsenal. Whoa! Hey, the M40. Is that M40 from it's like the zombies gun, Call of Duty. Looks like it. The UMP. Shotguns galore. This is a 30-30. Fucking sniper rifle. Damn, with the bipod? Dude, this guy's... Hey, this is what the Taliban got, isn't it? Got a bunch of these free of charge, I think. M4. That's M4? Y'all missing Mark Bass yet? Should I unban him? No, he's not in Discord. He fucked up. Just gotta join Discord. So they're just not going to school anymore then. Sounds like internet. Last time when Katrina hit, so many transplants moved to Memphis, dude. Our Bill Street was packed with them. That was... people are gonna start moving up north, Mississippi, Tennessee. They're gonna see an influx of people moving. If it hits hard like it did Katrina, at least. Katrina displaced so many people. It was flooded for so long. Dude, I really hope that doesn't happen. I mean, for their sake too, but also, like, I'm thinking about moving back to Memphis eventually, and if they get displaced again, the housing market's going to be even worse there. This quick guy. Then why is he in Discord, man? 16 to 7-year-olds make up the highest rate of new COVID infections. That's because kids are stupid. I don't want to wear the mask. Kind of stupid shit. You know what I mean? I get to see it. They're just like that. Fucking little brat. Fucking kids are passing it more than anybody. They said it's like getting brought home from school to parents and shit. Like, I know they got it from school. I know it. There's multiple stories like that. Kids are gross, dude. Remember when I was a kid, dude, I used to pick up gum off the grocery store floor. Kids are definitely disgusting. The hell? Vampire kitty? Oh, I don't know, dude. Winterville Watermelon Festival. Hey, y'all, don't miss out on this year's Winterville Watermelon Festival. Got watermelon rides and all kinds of stuff. Where is it? Watermelon Festival is going to be, it's going to be, I'm at, dude, where the heck is it? North Carolina? Yeah. They need to have a festival showdown. Which watermelon festival is the best? Now, next people I might be looking at banning are Mr. Wild Bill and Jim S. Now, from now on, if you're at the top of like the MVP list, these people are here. At the end of the day, when I check this list, if you're at the top 3 and you're not in Discord, I'm gonna ban you. How about that? The first time you piss me off, I'm just gonna ban you. There's gonna be no questions asked. Boom. So right now, Mr. Wild Bill 47, Jim S, and Mark Bass are all on the chopping block. You don't get to simply fucking get all the clout if you're not in Discord. You don't get shit around here. Fuck what you sinner said. You think you saw Spec for a minute? You saw him? Man, Spec's been busy, dude. I tell you what, though, he's in Discord. I doubt Bill's in here. What do you mean what happened to Spec? How would he know? How would he know anything about him? He's not even in Discord. If he is, I don't know his name, so I doubt they ever even talk. All right, Bill. Fuck, there you are. Are you in there? Are you ready? Are you ready for it? You know what time it is. Billy boy. Hmm. You're running out of time, Bill.
And they will be joined by...
You're running out of time, Bill. This is, dude. What are you doing? This guy's an amateur. Alright, we're going back. Change it. No, I don't want to watch her after all. I just don't want to. I don't want to listen to anything. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm done with that. Tired of having those on too. Ow! Shit. You don't know if you are? Oh, dude. Tell me. What's going on here? Hurts. Hurts right there. Do 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 do. Pop pop. Do 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 do. Here's a word to the wise, dude. The sound commands are to be used when like a bunch of shit's going on, like maybe like in the riots, like we can't really pay attention to nothing anyway because so much is going on, you know, or like when I'm not here and there's nothing going on at all, you know what I mean? There's like literally just goes dead air or some shit, or I'm not here like talking. But if I'm in the middle of talking, trying to get a news story across, and I really not to even mention that I had just yelled at Simon for pretty much interrupting me. That's not the time for a sound command, man. I'm gonna go off on you, and I might ban you. Because it's the same thing. I let the first one go, dude. He did one. It was like, meow. It was like the bat meow when I let it go. But then when he did the meow, 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 that one's long, and it already pisses me off a little bit. And I was already in a state of being pissed off. So it put me over the edge, dude. I had the time for that. What? Oh, you're in there? What's your name? Because here's the thing. Here's why I don't know that you're in there. Yesterday, I gave appreciation to the top 3, to the people that had put forth the most effort yesterday. I said, hey, let me know who you are in here so that I may give you a higher role. And none of y'all said anything. And I at everyone. I'm the only person that can at everyone, and I rarely do it. So I don't know, man. I guess you don't have notifications set for Discord. I rarely send a notification for the Discord though. It's so rare. Once a week or something. Maybe twice a week now. Fuck. Fuck you, Bill. It's your fault there's only 10 people in here. Idiot. Get that other channel back soon and we'll be back. This channel is just broken, dude, honestly. We'll get the other channel back and we'll do a little bit better. It'd be doing twice as good, actually. We'd have like 18 people in here at least right now if it was the other channel. And it would be easier. It's hard for me to keep, like, alright, check this out. After 3 years of doing this, I don't want to have to be the content anymore. I appreciate there being enough chat there for you guys to bounce shit off of each other, and I don't have to be a fucking clown monkey the entire time. But the less people that are here, the more clown monkey I have to be. And it reminds me of the dark days. Why am I such a dick? Because you guys are dicks, man. Look in the mirror. Smell yourself. You smell like a penis, don't you? Huh? There you go. For the most part, YouTube viewers are dicks. They're not the type of people I would want to hang out with. especially on a Saturday. They're especially dicks on a Saturday, is what I mean. Especially you. You, every time I see you, you're a penis. Every time I see you, you're a little fucking penis head. Fuck you. Superfluous. Fuck your fucking stupid name, too. Literally, no one likes it. I asked around when you wasn't here, in case anybody was wondering, and everyone voted that his name sucked. I took a straw poll on it. I get mad at you if you chat too much. Shut the fuck up. You're talking too much. Just like, you know what I'm saying? Why do you always talk so fucking much? Just fuck up and sit there. Enjoy the show. Like, you had to say something, didn't you? You just had to fucking... Are you clever? That's a rhetorical question. We all know you're not. That's delicious. Toxoplasmy, he's clever. What are you looking at, son? Oh, you're good. He was staring at me a second ago. Now he's chilling. He's like, meow, 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 meow. This isn't Sunday, dude. Is it? It's fucking Saturday in America, dude. We're on American time. Get with the program, dude. I don't understand what you're saying. Your sentence doesn't even make sense. So is it Saturday or Sunday? Or is it because you have Sunday off, which is tomorrow? Hey, dude. I'm not quite prepared for word problems. Saturday, Sunday, whatever, dude. You're awesome, Lou. Where are all your Australian friends at, dude? Because I've looked at my analytics, dude. You're the only Australian that watches. One. It just says one every video. I'm just kidding. It probably says more than one. I don't ever look at the analytics. I'm scared of them. I don't want to know too much. I do know that German's the second most spoken language of the viewers. 3%. I think they're Austrian though. Probably. Because I spent some time in Austria. Maybe. I don't know. Three Sundays off in the last 2 years. Oh shit! Special occasion then. I never get the. Oh, I see. I see. Never get. Oh, I see. I mean, okay. I do. Right. I never noticed you weren't here an afternoon on a weekend before. I need to start writing this shit down in case I'm ever asked anything, you know, by agents about you. Especially now that they're cracking down in Australia on the COVID-19 regulations, restrictions, all that shit. They could be coming after you pretty soon. Oh shit. This weed right here is too strong. I don't know. It makes me sweat. It's 30 something percent. Whoa. Because she's a brick house. Ba-ba-da. She's naughty, naughty. Letting it all hang out. So, let's have a moment of silence for Mark Bass. Do you know why I do this? I show up my masculine biceps. That's why. Look at that bitch. Look at it. Pretty badass. Shut up. I'm working on it. Oh, fuck. McGraney left the fucking Discord too. That pisses me off. You guys leave. I'm the only one that sees the list of people that leave, but look at this. I'm gonna show y'all what bugs me, dude. What really fucks with my head.
Meow.
When I do this, pop. Look at it. Look how many of them there are. That's how many people have left the Discord. It just keeps going, man. That's a channel nobody else can see but me, because I don't want people to convince other people into leaving by seeing, hey, oh, he left. Oh, I'm going to leave too. So this is a private channel, but that's literally all of them. We did not even start this channel at the beginning of the channel. It started at 8/5/2020. So, dar, dar, dar. Hold up. Let's see if y'all recognize any of them. Hey, for the barbecue. Dude. What? Dude, it's only up to 9/29/2020. No, it's not looping. I don't know. I try not to think about it, dude. Some of them are duplicate accounts. You can see some people come in and go out like they didn't know how to create an account. But there aren't that many duplicates, really. Dick Blake, Cookie Master, Hooligan, George Starna, Commando Kodiak, Rabina, M. Perkins, Burrow Troll, BG, Collective Punishment, Theory Sign, Elegant, Old Henry, Mr. Down Syndrome, Coconut, Oxfighter, Skeptic. Oh, it's just so. There's another main man, Chris. Bear Elvis, R. Cutlass, Toad Noodle. To kill a mocking black man. Arizona Ranger, Do What, Nuka Cola, Spook Slayer, Autism, Cryptic Cliff, Cowbell, Shay, Vila. Yo, hey, there's Hazardous Condition. Right, dude. Hey, Kiwi Bear News with Muzzo. I know that is. Tracy 76, 1899. Hey, Bubba Smush. Ooh, damn, look at that day. That day was a busy day. I must have pissed a lot of people off that day. Look at that shit, dude. What happened on January 17th, dude? Big Tim, Bubba Smush, Our Burrows, The Mad Scotsman, Altruism, John Denver, J Guns, and two altruisms. Weird. Oh, I must have been kicking them out. Interesting. Tracy again. That one guy. What was that? The same one. Is that the same one guy? I don't know. Who else? Who all things recognize? Let's see. I gotta read so fast, dude. Ines recognize. Vila. Keep up. Live a tie. Bolt fire. Private Eye was having issues or something with getting his account right. That was getting kind of annoying. Stuart Hotglass. Hey, he just recently left, dude. Again. Interesting. I didn't know he left back then. AFTA. Dutch Hard Lyrics. Who else? There's Volkfire again. Dang, look at that day. 414 rapid fire. I think that was a 4chan day probably. Because if they can't verify, then they'll just leave. Democrat lady, Thaxton Land. Building. Hey, he used to be a member. His movie was I forget it, but I remember it was like I dick him down, bing bing thing I made for him. Remember that dude? If I go to currency, no wait. This off.
Thank you, Doc. You ever serve time?
Oh, where is it? It's not running.
Thank you, Doc. You ever serve time?
Oh, it was that? Wait a second. Whose was that other one, dude? That didn't feel right.
We're just gonna wait here for a little while until things quiet down, if you don't mind.
I can't even hear him, dude. It's just way over there.
We're just gonna wait here for a little while.
Where was that coming out of?
We're just gonna wait here for a little while until things quiet down, if you don't mind.
Not that one.
Thank you, Doc. You ever serve time?
Was it? Who is that? I dick him down, dude.
I won't tell your mother about this.
No, I'm just gonna start going up on dude.
I'm a cybernetic organism.
Jack Knight. Oh, it was this dude. He changed his name, dude. This is the second time he's changed his fucking name. He's getting a little annoying with the change in the names and shit. I didn't even recognize it over here. I'm like, what? Jackknife? What is that? His name used to be Crispy Nuts, and then he changed it to something else. I forget, but I have his channel ID, so I get anyway. I get to see him change his bullshit. He's a fucking troll, man. Anyway, his movie was American Sniper. So what I do with the sounds is I find a quote from the movie that I like that I think goes with the stream, and I give you that sound if you're a member, if you want me to do that. If not, I just don't say anything. Because of people like this who, like, I would do this for, and then they would just disappear. They'd be a member for a month. And I think some people were just picking movies just to fuck with me. He's like, yeah, find one for American Sniper or something. So I did, and this is what I picked.
I dick him down!
That shit's sick for an intro, right? I dick him down, bing bing. And if you know the movie, you know what that is. Like, anyway.
I dick him down!
I dick him down. He was like, anyway, y'all know what I'm talking. You know what that's from, right? In the movie. You want me to show it? You want me to show it to refresh? Because I know what it's from. I can see it in my mind. They're in the water. You know, he's giving them shit. He's like behind him, asking him what.
Team, everybody knows black guys don't swim. It's all right, sir. I'm not black. No? No, I'm the new black. We run slow, we jump low, we swim good, and we stop at gap. And I make the white folk proud and I holds down their ladies. I dick them down. Still doing in my life.
That's beautiful. I dick them down. Bing, bing. I thought, and then he just disappeared on me, and now I realize he was a troll because he keeps changing his name to all these like different names, and he's never the same person for very long. It's weird, man. What the fuck are y'all doing on YouTube, dude? I don't know. Some of y'all are really weird. I just like being different people all the time. I don't know, dude. There's something about it. I got the intel. Who else was on here that was a personal one? Let me see. Oh, I think Ty told me Fast and the Furious, and I had to find one from Fast and the Furious. I picked this.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Like, I don't know, because you probably could have picked one better. Because that was a hard one for me. Some of them are really hard for me to pick. Actually, some movies are really fucking hard for me to find one.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
That one was kind of a hard one for me to do, actually. The Big Lebowski. Someone told me the Big Lebowski, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta find a quote from the Big Lebowski that's good for your intro. Oh, this is hardcore. It's really challenging for me doing that, dude. That's why it's like, when I started getting more members, I was like, oh no, I don't know if I can do this like a lot, because this is very taxing. Figure this out, picking a good one for the, because they're kind of personal. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. That's so funny, dude, when they just come in with that. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. They're just saying what they say in chat. This one? I just gave him that because that was before I started doing it. That was before I was just giving people sound commands. He was one of the OGs. I don't know why he's so low on the list. That's weird. How'd that happen? Oh, dude. Oh, it's broken. That's weird. Oh well. That one broke. Everything moved. This one was a personal one?
I'm winning because I got strength and speed. Kind of like a racehorse.
What movie is that from? Tell me what movie that's from. 10,000 Doe.
I'm winning because I got strength and speed. Kind of like a racehorse.
A winner because I got strength and speed. Kind of like a racehorse. Come on, man. You know the movie. Come on. Come on. 20,000 Doe. I gotta pee though. Do you know? Don't you be cheating, man.
I'm winning because I got strength and speed. Kind of like a racehorse.
Commander, you've enjoyed all the power you've been given, haven't you?
Pastimes? Incorrect. You get the, I gotta put in the code so I can do the buzzer. No, that would be, incorrect. I can't remember either, though. I know the movie. You're not saying the right one. Take it. Which one was it? Oh, now I'm trying. All right, now we're in a battle. Later, Bill. Take it easy. Join the squad, man, and let me know who you are in there. Or else, next time it's you. No, it's not that movie. It's the same era though. It's from the 80s. Okay, here. Wait. All right, try this. No, we don't want to go that one because that.
I'm winning because I got strength and speed. Kind of like a racehorse.
Okay, I'll let you know who that was. But that's it. I'll let you know who that actor is. Emilio Estevez. Go! Come on, because I'm tired. I want to remember what the movie is called. Come on, hurry up. What is it? You still don't know? Okay, the girl from 16 Candles is in it. Simon, go out of here. No, it's not time. No. Okay? Man, I'm just gonna have to give it away, dude. They're in detention. That gives away. I really do have to pee, though. I drank all this, all that coffee. Hey, it's it. Breakfast Club. Lusasso got it. You said it. Lusasso said it too, though, didn't he? It's right there. Do you have it on top chat, man? Yo. Hey. He said it. Yeah. He was quicker. He's Australian, dude. Okay, we got another one. Let's see. Simon, stop! 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 Where'd it go? It's like I just sat here and he's like, meow. Where'd it go? I lost it. Oh, there it is.
Commander, you've enjoyed all the power you've been given, haven't you?
Hey, later, Bill. What's that from?
Commander, you've enjoyed all the power you've been given, haven't you?
Chicks dig me because I rarely wear underwear.
What's that from? Y'all don't know shit. Bunch of indigents. Protector blockade, boy. You're blocking it. Get out of here. Hey, the hurricane's coming.
Track. Now, Zach Fradella, who is a meteorologist in New Orleans, he says the new plots are out.
Oh my God!
It's like a new
going to Memphis.
18Z. Basically, it's the newest version of this spaghetti.
SpaghettiOs. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Whoa, blacksmith made dragon skin armor is invincible. Is it really? Is it really invincible?
They are in the hot thing here. I like it though. We're gonna shoot a 7.62 right there. Very good at penetrating through armor.
Interesting. It is blocking it.
We lost the skull. It came off and hit there. Obviously, it bent that a little bit. Nothing went through though. Still. So hit there. That's a big dent. That's a big dent. It's trying, but nothing is going through. Safe to say that's way stronger than the Safe Life one because we've shot it with way more rounds and nothing has gone through yet. I have a gun that I'm pretty sure is gonna go right through this. This is a 375 Chi-Tac. Giant round going super fast. There is absolutely zero way that this plate system will stop this round. Right? Probably. But we're gonna find out. All right, 375 Chi-Tac going hot. Jeez. That was wild. Yeah, there's a straight up plate missing out of that thing, I think.
Oh man, I was hoping it'd make it. Oh shit! Dang! Game over, dude. Plates need to be a little thicker, maybe.
Yeah, that's bad. Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, so this is how you know something is armored when it's super brittle like this. So it's really strong until something strong enough hits it and then it shatters. So this was, I'm gonna try to pull this back together. Okay, so our bullet went straight in there, right in the middle. No big deal, but this gun was sighted in. I know, we really upped the value for you guys here. And the pieces are gone. So right in here, it broke 2 plates. So it actually hit at the best possible place. It hit at a place where this plate was overlapping this plate, but it shattered both plates like glass and went right through. Luckily missed our tree, went right there. So yeah, can't stop at 375 Chi-Tac. Weak. So check this out. You can see where it broke. Like, it doesn't look like metal. Like, it snapped it so fast, and this stuff was so hard and brittle. It looks like concrete. Like, it's not like a nice, smooth metal bend and then it break. It literally just snapped. Body armor was better than this one, which was the commercial grade. This one, though, I will give it to it. It's much lighter. And it also would not have stopped 375 Chi-Tac. But that one, every time you hit it with anything, it was weaker. This one, I don't think it was weaker until we shot it with the round that finally went through. So, very cool. Thanks for making that, man. Thank you guys so much for watching this episode of Demolition Ranch. I love you! And I'll see you next time. Contact line!
Hey, who's this guy? Demolition Ranch. Demolition Ranch, boy. Name clothes, Guys Galaxy, or sell a toolbox. What do you mean? I have a toolbox.
On women's reproductive rights that tells us that we cannot spend money on public health.
Want to see my hammer?
When we pay more federal taxes per capita than anybody in the nation. That's a problem. So that's voter suppression at its finest, especially when our country was founded on the premises of no taxation without representation.
You fixed your toilet? Yeah, hell yeah, man.
We don't even have a say on the most critical two pieces
I
of
have
legislation in the
informative
House
stuff
of Congress
on here.
right now. The For the People Act and the John Lewis Advancement Act. So when we're talking about DC statehood, we're also talking about voting rights. That's how deep disenfranchisement runs in the District of Columbia. So while we're fighting for more than 400 voter suppression laws in the district across the country, we must fight with the same anger against the injustice.
I think this guy's this Information Man show I'm seeing right here. I think he's been in here before. I'm just checking.
I'm gonna end it with this. DC statehood is personal for me. When in 2014, when the call to action was call your senator for the Affordable Care Act, and I grew up with a mother
Information
who was
Man
uninsured.
show.
When the call to action was call your senator to vote for the Affordable Care Act to give families all across the country affordable health care, I realized that my shadow senator did not have
2
a vote,
hours.
and at that point I realized I lived in the shadows of democracy.
Hold on.
Who is actually going to prosecute
This guy spent 2 hours on the stream. That's pretty
Michael
cool, man.
Norwalk or Horwalk? I can't
wonder
say anything
when it was.
right
And you
here.
know what? The reason why it's important for us to, be legally correct when we say that is because, and a lot of people have had this question, so I'm glad that you brought this up. The reason that it's very important that we're clear about who has the burden of proof and that it's the state and not the alleged victim is because there is something called evidence-based prosecution.
Evidence-based prosecution.
There are cases in which you have a prosecutor going forward with a case with no victim.
Mm-hmm.
That is why it's very important that we don't say that the victim has any burden of proof, because that's legally incorrect and that's not what is required. So here's a potential scenario. Let's say potentially the victim says she does not want to go forward. She does not want to cooperate. She does not want to continue with these charges. Did you all know that the prosecutor's office could still go forward with the case without the girl?
Is that? Wait a minute. That's
an evidence-based prosecution.
So let's say, God, this is powerful. Let's say the young lady, someone corrected me on that.
Those
the girl,
cases
the
are kind of
14-year-old
bullshit
minor,
too. If they do that,
gets cold feet and does not want to go forward and do any testimony. You're saying that the state of Florida, under the law,
California's been doing
still
that.
has the right to pursue the case against Michael Norwalk.
Absolutely. Now, they can decide not to pursue it. And so what usually happens is when you have a victim who decides not to cooperate, the prosecuting office, takes a step back and says, okay, well, what evidence do we have? Do we think we have a strong enough case without her? And if they decide they have a strong enough case without putting a victim on the stand or without having a victim present, they can go forward without her. Different jurisdictions call it different things, but it is usually referred to as an evidence-based prosecution. It happens a lot in domestic violence cases, and it happens a lot in sex crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, victims of domestic violence and victims of sex crimes, they have a lot of psychological burden going on with them, and they just can't go through with it.
Okay, let me say peace to
California
Pastor
uses
Lee,
that
Miss
shit to the
Mary in the
fullest,
house.
though.
All of you that have come over, Golden Melanin, we got
Dude.
Blue Devil.
I know people have gotten
Glee,
misdemeanors for yelling at their girlfriend because the cops were called and they're like, "Oh, we got enough." Oh yeah, misdemeanor, and then they got this domestic violence charge on their shit forever for getting in an argument. And the girl's like, "I wasn't even trying to press charges. It was just we were both drunk that night. We got stupid loud, and the cops showed up, and bada bing, bada boom, they get a charge on them." Like, it doesn't have to be anything hands-on. Just yelling at someone else is a chargeable offense in California. If they're scared, I guess the prosecution has to be able to prove that the person was could be scared at that point. Robocop looking porkers. What? I don't know what that means, dude. Robocop. Not sure what's going on either, man. What's going on? What is it? Oh, dude. I don't know if I want to go to it, dude. I don't know, man. Like, what is it? Making me do work now. That's boring already. That dude's leaving anyway. It's so boring the dude left. Where do you get these streams from? Get some water.
The defendant to provide a DNA sample.
Dude,
Usually
look at that painting in the background. That dude.
What is usually called as a rape kit, right, is done. And so that would mean a full physical examination of the alleged victim, which includes taking samples of anything found on her person or on her clothing, that could be the bodily fluid of the defendant. That is commonplace.
Okay, this is another area that I wanted to ask you. It appears like the mother of this minor, once again, if this happened, definitely put the minor, the 14-year-old, the daughter, put her in your prayers. Put the mother in your prayers, because as I reported a week ago, there's been some rumor that there are people that are supporters of Michael Nowak, as we know as Polite, that have been maybe potentially, maybe allegedly have been doing death threats on the family.
Say, no, we're going forward.
I don't know how true that is, but that's what was reported by Zion Lex TV, who has a relationship with the mother at this time, according to him, allegedly, ladies and gentlemen. But did she do the right thing, counselor, with striking while the iron is hot? Because when a child or a woman or anybody is raped, the clock begins to tick. And that clock ticking means that they want to get you in there as soon as possible to get the rape kick going, to be able to gather as much evidence before you go into a shower and wash yourself. And I'm going to tell you, folks, if you ever are unfortunately in a situation where you have been raped, you do not want to go into a shower and wash yourself up. You want to get to a hospital. You want to get someone there very soon so that they can scrape and take tissue samples, whatever they got to do.
Okay. That's enough of that for the day. I don't need to be thinking about women getting their vagina scraped out because they're trying to get some rapers cum wad out of them and just save it in a jar. It's fucking grossing me out right now. All of it, everything about that's fucking gross. Like the rape and the aftermath. It's like, stay. That's why I don't like covering the protests and shit, because they're already getting kind of gross. But that's like next level gross shit right there. What's going on over here?
As it takes to get them through the process, and as long as the secretary approves that. I agree with you. They're coming here starting over with what they bring with them. We've been incredibly well supported by the local communities, the non-governmental organizations, et cetera, that have jumped in to help these families with things of need, such as diapers, formula, clothing, you name it. You see the gamut when you're talking these large numbers, and we've been tremendously blessed to have great support.
The Taliban have wrested back control of Afghanistan 2 decades after they were ousted in a US-led invasion following the 9/11 attacks. Their return to power has forced several Afghan citizens to flee the country ahead of the American withdrawal. And an untold number of Afghans, especially those who had worked with the US and other Western countries, are now fearing for their safety despite the terror group's offer of full amnesty. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
What? Last time you posted a link. Oh no, you can post links. You can post YouTube links. You just can't. You can't post a link though. Everything after the equal sign. I'm just paying ass. Nobody does it though. Oh, I'm fucking bored. Actually. Get some water.
And New Orleans is right here. Now, how does that compare to the forecast track currently from National Hurricane Center? That's the current National Hurricane Center forecast track. So it goes right up here, like hits this corner right here. And what does the GFS model do? Oops. It's not too far off. It's not a huge difference. It's not like an enormous difference. But I trust these meteorologists who are saying that, see, look, he says he plotted a couple of these out there of different forecast tracks. But again, we have a bunch of meteorologists saying it looks to them, Jim Cantori said it too, it looks to them like the actual path the hurricane is taking is a bit east of the official track, which would bring it closer to New Orleans. Oh, what I was going to look at is the mayor of New Orleans had a press appearance earlier today. So I might want to just check out a little bit of that.
Really? Bye. later, Barbara. You have a great day too. Later, talks Plasma Gandhi. Hey, thanks to Top 10 Hours, Mr. Robin 47, Internet Guide, Talks Plasma Gandhi, Lou Sassal, Mark Bass, Hashish, Sunfridge Toast, Barbara, Anthony Hammondtree, and Jiki Boy. We got the Daily Ballers. Who we got? Oh, that. Weird. Well, I guess it's just the EC just wasn't here that long. I think it added it though. For his dono. Yeah. So we got thank you to Top 10, Other Stream, Mr. Wild Bill 37, Internet Guide, Toxoplasma Gandhi, BT99, Lou Sassal, Mark Bass, Hashish, I Smell French Toast, Barbara, and Anthony Hammondtree was the top 10. Hey there guys, thanks for hanging out. Anything happens, I might get back on. Right now it's kind of dead. I got other stuff I need to take care of. Hope you have a great day. Hope you're gonna be alright with the hurricane, whoever's out in that area. There guys.